Commission monthly meeting. At this point, I would like for Ms. Maxwell to read into the record a public disclaimer and then call the roll, if you will, please.
Yes. Notice of the April 17th, 2019 meeting of the Real Estate Commission, including date, time, and location, has been noticed on the Tennessee Real Estate website since September 18th, 2018. Additionally, this month's agenda has been posted on the website since Friday, April 12th, 2019. Commissioner Jeff Diaz.
Here.
Commissioner Rick Douglas. Commissioner Marcia Franks.
Here.
Commissioner Diane Hills.
Here.
Commissioner Austin McMullen.
Here.
Commissioner Fontaine Taylor.
Here.
Commissioner Bobby Wood.
Here.
Chairman John Grease.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you, ma'am. At this point, I'd ask Commissioner Austin McMullen to lead us in an invocation, followed by a pledge to the flag. Mr. McMullen.
Will you bow your heads and pray with me, please? Heavenly Father, we humbly come before you and recognize that you are God and we are not. We thank you for the wonderful freedom that you have entrusted to us in this country. And we pray that our decisions today would be led by your wisdom and that you would grant that to us and that we would act with great humility and service toward the people of this great state. On this week in particular, we are mindful and thankful for the sacrifice and new eternal covenant that was granted to us that we may enjoy eternal life now and forever with you. In your name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Very nice prayer.
Thank you, Austin. Just one quick meeting reminder. Tomorrow's session starts at 9 o'clock, not 8:30. Apparently judges don't like to work before 9 o'clock. Just a thought. I don't know if that's true or not.
Maybe working on other things before 9 o'clock.
They may be, or they may not be, is it? All right. Approval of the agenda.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion by Ms. Franks, seconded by Mr. McMullen, that the agenda as presented to us be approved. Is there discussion? I would like, before we vote, to make a note on one item. Down at 1015, you see D&D School of Real Estate. It's my intention, if you guys will cooperate, to limit that discussion to the letter we received from D&D's attorney last month. And each of you were provided a copy of that letter this morning. So between now and then, if you'd like to make sure you review that letter, see what topics you want to cover, but if we can keep that conversation focused on what the attorney proposed and apparently what D&D agreed to, that'd be perfect. Anybody want to talk
Is
about
there
that?
I don't see that I have a copy of it in my... I'll look on yours. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Sorry.
I have additional copies.
If you have another copy, that'd be great. Thank you.
There's one because I brought my own.
Okay. Let's vote without objection. Well, let's see. Is there an objection to the minutes and the motion to approve, not the minutes, the agenda as made by Ms. Franks and seconded by Mr. McMullen? If you're in favor of that motion, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote no. The agenda is approved. Next up is to approve the minutes of last month's meeting. Is there a motion? Ms. Taylor makes a motion to approve. Ms. Franks seconds that motion. Is there discussion on the minutes? Additions or corrections? If not, let's vote. Those in favor of that motion vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The motion passes unanimously. All right, next up we have informal appearances. Let me just see who's here. Matthew Gergenday. You're here, good. Quentin Broussard. You have a broker coming with you? We'll get to you. That's okay. We're ahead of schedule. Dean Hurst. All right. All right, gentlemen, this is how this is going to work. We have 3 different informal appearances. We're going to ask our executive director in each case to give us a little background about why you're here. Then we'll ask you and your broker to come up to this front table right here, and our law director, Ms. Matlock, will swear you in. At that point, we're going to let the applicant tell us anything about the issue that caused you to be here. You can give us as much detail or as little detail as you want to, but your goal is to persuade this commission to allow you to go forward to get licensed. So be as specific and be prepared once you're finished to have questions asked of you by commissioners. Following that, we'll let the broker tell us why he or she is interested in having you affiliated with your firm, with his firm or her firm. And then following that, we'll take a vote to see whether or not you guys are lucky enough to move forward in the real estate business. Any questions about it? If not, let's start with Matthew and your broker, Steve Champion. Gentlemen, if you'll come forward. It's being recorded, so when you guys do talk, please make sure you talk into the microphone. All right, Ms. Maxwell.
For you, you have applicant Matthew Giranday and his principal broker, Stephen Champion. Mr. Giranday has taken the real estate affiliate broker exam. His principal broker, Stephen Champion, has been licensed since April 24th, 1997. His firm is Greater Downtown Realty, LLC, doing business as Keller Williams Realty. A summary of the criminal disciplinary sanction is theft from April 2011. The disposition has been satisfied, and his statement and letter can be found on the iPads.
All right, Mr. Giranday, is that how
Giranday.
Giranday, I'm sorry. Let me write that down. Wrote it down, I'll see if I can remember it. Why don't you tell us what caused you to be here?
What caused me to be here was back in 2011, as she said, there was a charge against me for receiving stolen property, which what happened was I lent my vehicle to a Mr. Tom Maston in Pennsylvania, where I'm originally from, and he used that said vehicle to take an item off of someone's property. And through the court system, they said since it was my vehicle that it was receiving stolen property.
Bless you.
I went through the court. They decided to put me through a 2-week incarcerated community service, and I completed that and paid all my fees and dues that were with that.
Commissioners, questions? Ms. Franks?
What exactly was stolen?
An ATV.
Okay. And so I saw on January 8, 2010, there was a retail theft. And then also on June 29, 2011, there was receiving stolen property and theft by unlawful taking.
That's the second one you mentioned was the
Receiving stolen?
yes, ma'am. And then the first one was I went to Walmart with some friends and they stole an item, and since I was over 18, they had to, and I was the adult and they were under 18, they had to drive everything down. I did community service for that one also. I thought that.
So there were 3 charges, not just the 2.
No. There should have been just 2.
What was the date of the charges? Was it 2010 or 2011?
2011 would be the ones where the misdemeanor.
In 2010, it showed that there was a retail theft.
Yeah,
also.
like I said, at Walmart,
Okay.
some people I was with took an item, and since they were 16 and I was 18, they charged me with.
So the
retail theft.
receiving stolen property and theft by unlawful taking were the same thing.
Yes, ma'am.
Were they two individual charges, though?
At first, they had multiple charges, and then they brought them down. So I'm not sure exactly. The final disposition should have been for receiving stolen property misdemeanor.
So what have you been doing since that time?
Let's see. I've worked through many companies in Pennsylvania, mostly warehouse jobs, retail. I worked for Verizon, worked for TNT Fireworks for over 15 years. I just recently moved down to Lafayette, Georgia, right on the border of Tennessee and Georgia. 2 years ago with my wife. We have a son on the way. I've been just working in Chattanooga since I moved down to Georgia. I worked for a company called CSSI, Chattanooga Shooting Supplies. And I was, once I completed my task at there, I went into real estate school.
So you're not a resident of Tennessee?
I am a resident of Georgia. I live like 20 minutes away from Tennessee.
Is residency a requirement for a license? It's not?
No.
Okay. Okay. Okay, that's all I have.
I'd just like to clarify one thing. We're only looking at the receiving stolen property. The first retail theft charge should not be considered since it was dismissed.
Ms. Taylor.
Why is it if you live in Georgia, you want a Tennessee license?
Since I live in a very small town, I think there's like a couple thousand people there. Chattanooga is a blooming area that I could help people find their forever homes and help them in real estate. But I think Chattanooga is a great area for me to practice my real estate.
I also saw that you've been with Mr. Champion for about 4 weeks taking classes.
Yes, the
Is that
Ignite
correct?
course. Yes.
Okay. And so is there anything else real estate related that you've been doing other than those, the training period that you've been under?
Other than the training at Keller Williams, I've been going to all their certain classes they have on contracts and compliances. We have like little sessions for all kinds of different topics. But yeah, I not only did the 4-week course. I'm continuing with further education at Keller Williams.
And you've already taken the exam, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Passed it my first time in Huntsville.
It's a Tennessee test in Huntsville?
Huntsville, Alabama. Yes, because getting into the Chattanooga office to take your test, sometimes you got to wait a couple weeks. Huntsville had a couple days after I got my certificate of completion for the course.
So Alabama gives you the Tennessee test?
Yes, ma'am.
Wow.
It's PSI.
Yeah,
You can
PSI.
take it
Sorry.
anywhere.
At PSI, we
Mr.
get all
McMullen.
over the country.
Who was Thomas Maston?
He was, when I lived in Pennsylvania, he was best friends with someone that I was friends with, and we were close enough to, I would lend him my car. I didn't know what he was doing with my vehicle. I thought he was picking up a girlfriend, but he was picking up something else. I thought he was going to go to her house in Strasburg, Pennsylvania, and then bring her back to his house, and found out the next morning when when the police station called me and said, "Hey, we have this and this. We need you to come down to the station and have questions." And I went there with no issues. I've never given any problems to the police or anything. I answered all the questions they had and such of the matter.
So before that, you had this incident at Walmart as well.
Like I said, that was a friend. His name was Jamel. I don't remember his last name. It was a very long time ago, but he was, like I said, 16, and since I was 18, Walmart has this policy that even if you didn't take the item, you will be charged with the retail disposition thing when that occurs.
So you're coming to us and you're wanting to get a real estate license now.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you have a wife and you have a child that's on the way as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I do just want to remind you, these incidents that happened before, it seems like maybe it was really somebody else's fault and you were kind of a innocent bystander or just sort of a unwitting accomplice or something like that. But I do want to impress upon you the importance, if we do allow you to go forward, I want to impress upon you the importance of acting with total honesty, and everything has to be completely above board, because when you're 18 or 19, maybe people are willing to give you another chance 8 or 10 years later. But at this point, you're an adult. You're expected to take care of your own affairs. You have a family to think about. And so you have to absolutely be trusted in everything that you do, and you're going to be acting in a profession where people rely upon you and they trust you. And so that's really what we're looking at now, and we want to impress upon you the importance of that if we do allow you to go forward.
Yes, sir.
Bobby.
What kind of work did you do with the fireworks company?
Retail and customer service. I'm not sure if they have them in Tennessee, but in Pennsylvania we have tents outside, and I would be in charge of 2 or 3 of those locations.
Okay.
With my area manager. Her name was Debbie Ivins. She would be in charge of the whole area, and then I would be in charge of a small area.
Are you one of the people that have to sleep on site at those places too, or?
We call it it's 2 weeks, and yes, I would have to be on site 24/7.
Okay.
I've been doing it for 15 years. I've crafted things to keep my hygiene up, and always it's pretty harsh. You have to be there 24/7, and if you want someone to be there at night, you have to pay them, and I don't feel a reason to have someone there if I could be there. But yeah, it's pretty harsh. Last year,
And Tennessee weather in July is different than Pennsylvania weather in July, I think. So
I did fireworks last year, and it was hotter in Pennsylvania during the
Wow.
time than it was down here. I actually got heat stroke last year while doing fireworks. It was hot.
And then what kind of work do you do at the shooting company?
I was actually a person that would be in many different positions, but my main position was boxer, which I would take the items, I would put it in a box, and then ship it out.
Talking about ammunition or weapons, or what?
It would be ammunition, weapons, anything basically hunting related.
Okay.
It's a well-known.
Could be clothing and stuff like that too.
Everything to deal with
Okay.
hunting. Yeah, they're.
Okay, and I'm very familiar with Chattanooga, and I can understand why you'd want to come into Chattanooga to sail rather than maybe
Yes,
in
sir.
a little more northern areas of Georgia and stuff. So,
Yeah.
And actually, I've spent a lot of time recently in Chattanooga, and I'll be going there again tomorrow. So
Awesome.
we're good. I'm good.
All right, Commissioners, any other questions for Mr. Garande? Garande. Let's go to Mr. Champion, whose name I can pronounce. Steve, tell us why you're interested in having this fellow affiliated with you.
Well, Matthew showed up at the company and was quick to inform me of the things that you've been asking him questions about. And one of the things that we do at our company is we have training going on virtually every day. I mean, it's a rare day we don't have classes. And then we have certain foundational classes that we can't compel people to take, but we expect all new applicants, new licensees to participate in these training courses. And even though Matthew lives down the road a little bit in that bedroom community of Lafayette, he's always there. He is always in his spot within that class and participating at a high level. He's on time. He asks good questions, and I've just really appreciate his dedication to the business. And he's expressed an enthusiasm both in his words and his actions that he really wants to do this. And he really wants to do this for his family. And I want to support him in that.
Questions for Mr. Champion? I do have one training question I'll ask after we vote.
Okay.
All right. If there are no questions, is there a motion?
I'd like to make a motion that we approve this request.
Second.
All right. Motion to approve by Ms. Frank, second by Ms. Hills. Discussion. Let's vote. Those in favor of the motion vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. That motion passes unanimously. Congratulations and good luck. Now, Mr. Champion. So Matthew talked about selling someone a forever home. You all don't teach that, do you?
Those are not my words. I don't think.
Like a 4-year home, isn't it?
Yeah, we want them
Realtors like
rotating
every
in and
4
out
years.
pretty
Not
quickly.
forever.
Just checking.
My next home could be my forever home. But
I've said that the last 4 houses.
All right, gentlemen.
Oh,
Thanks for
can I
coming
ask
up.
Steve a question
Sure.
too? And I want to wait until after this was done. And this is something I thought about, and it got brought to me recently because we had an agent that came before us with a broker just within the last 3 or 4 months, and I found out that that person is no longer with that broker. And has your experience been when somebody like this gentleman comes before you? Do they usually stay with you, or I mean, for a while, or because this is my concern. A lot of times, I mean, I've heard it mentioned before because you've been here like this before,
Yes.
and because I think a lot of us know you personally outside of this room, we have a comfort level with you, and that helps us, I think, with our decisions. But there's no guarantee they're going to stay with you. So are you finding that they're staying with you, or what's your experience?
I've had mixed results. I think my first trip, if I'm remembering this correctly, before this body, you may remember the cookie dough caper.
Yes.
Okay. And she had taken some cookie dough or was with a friend late at night, college years, many decades, several states away. Her husband was also an active member with us in our firm. He stayed and worked and now has opened a competing firm. She never did anything that required a license to my knowledge. Okay. There was a second person that came, and he had been in the school system before, got into real estate. He looked good on paper. He talked great. He could do anything he applied himself to, including real estate. And shortly after we made the trip, he exited the business and I believe went back into the education world. A couple others are still with me. Well, at least Tim Carter. Now, that was just last month or so that I was up here with this other gentleman, and he's showing up and working hard and feeling real good about him staying for a long time.
And my concern is not if they were to leave you to get out of the business. My concern is they would come here under the premise that I'm going to be with this broker, and then in 60 days they've decided there's another broker, and I wonder why they didn't come with that broker in the first place. So
I have had no one just leave the firm, go to another firm that I've appeared here for.
okay, all right, well, good.
The only this just causes me to think of one thought, and it had to do with sometimes the applicant says something in front of us that the broker has not previously heard. And the classic case was a broker who came with an applicant who had admitted to that broker that she had been caught smuggling marijuana into a jail. But in testimony before us that day, she admitted she'd been caught twice. And that broker, that was the first time that broker had ever heard that. And the broker said, I'm done with her, and walked out, and we never got a chance to approve her to go forward because the broker wouldn't take her because they'd learned something. And so it's always helpful when the broker says, he told me all this stuff up front, because as soon as a broker gets surprised in front of a licensing body, it's pretty much lights out, I think. Anyhow, thanks, guys. Have a safe trip back.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Hurst, is it Magro? Okay, gentlemen, if you'll step forward, Ms. Matlock will swear you in. All right, Ms. Maxwell.
Before you, you have applicant Dean Hurst and his principal broker, Wayne Magro. Magro. Mr. Hurst has taken the Tennessee Real Estate Affiliate Broker exam. His principal broker, Wayne Magro, has been licensed since August 16, 2001, and there have been no disciplinary sanctions. The firm is Real Estate Options. The summary of the criminal and disciplinary sanction is theft under...
I can barely hear you, Caitlin.
Sorry. Theft under 500. It's from March 2012. The disposition of the charge has been satisfied, and the statement can be found on your iPads.
All right, Mr. Hurst, can you give us some details? What
Well,
got you here?
I think I need to make correct. I have not been relicensed yet. I'm here before the board today to ask to give me a blessing to
Don't blast.
be
We don't-
relicensed. So that's why I'm here today. And
All right, what caused you to get here?
excuse me. Let me give you a little bit of background
Yeah.
first about my history. 1986, I first became licensed. A little company called Cooper Communities came to Loudoun County to develop Tellico Village. I was the first agent they hired in 1986. I spent over 20 years in that development before another company came and recruited me, Remax. Remax came and wanted a foothold in Loudoun County and Monroe County on the shores of Tellico Lake. And they targeted me, and with some heart-to-heart with our friend Rich Levinson, I agreed to purchase the Loudoun County franchise and also the Monroe County franchise. I opened 2 offices, had about 40 agents working for me at the time, managed both offices for some time. From about 2001, 2002, my life changed in a horrible, horrible way. I don't want to get emotional today, but I went through a terrible divorce. Terrible divorce. I had a those of you familiar, John, I know you are familiar with 321 through Lenore City. I had built a building right before you cross the dam. Had one office there and one in Monroe County, and I went to pieces, a shell of a man. And my wife and kids moved in with another man and his family. I had 2 little girls, 11 and 9 at the time, and just destroyed who I was. And I've never been in trouble, never had a speeding ticket until that little period in my life. My wife and kids moved to Knoxville, and I followed. I left Loudoun County for shame and what I'd gone through down there, left my friends, my business, and moved to Knoxville. My first charge that I got, and you didn't even speak about them, but I have 2 felonies. The first charge I have, I took a check from a friend that I sold some tires and wheels to a guy. He came, he'd been trying to buy them off of me for weeks. He showed up on a Friday and brought me his company check and asked me if he would endorse it. Would I take his paycheck? I knew where he worked. It was a fancy letterhead check. If I would take his paycheck and in lieu of the tires and wheels. I said, okay, John, I agree to do that. He took the tires and wheels, endorsed the check to me, said, just take it to my bank. Said, first thing Monday morning, so you won't have any problem cashing it. I've been established there for a long time. I took the check to the bank, gave him a thumbprint, signed the check, handed it over to the teller to cash it. Waited. She came back and said, Mr. Hurst, I'm sorry. This check's been reported stolen. Well, I said, okay, just let me have the check. I'll take it back to the guy. I'll get this straightened out. No, I'm sorry, Mr. Hurst. You've signed it. You got your thumbprint. We're going to have to turn this over to our bank management. So next day, knock on the door. Mr. Hurst, we have a warrant for your arrest. Forgery. Because I signed it and I gave him my thumbprint. I take full responsibility of being stupid at the time. You know, I'm a businessman. I know better than that, but I did. So no fighting that charge. Completely guilty. They had my thumbprint. They had my signature, and I took it like a man. I was on probation, so trying to put that behind me. My wife, that I was married to for 25 years, remarried a guy, and her father had a duplex. They moved into the duplex above, and just so I could be near my kids, I moved into the unit below, just so I could be near them. The new husband didn't like that, didn't like me around. So he came to me one day, as did my ex-wife. Said that I go by Dusty, by the way. It says Dean, but I go by Dusty. Dusty, we need help. We need some money. We're in between paychecks. I've got a way to help provide for the kids' school clothes and stuff. Would you help us? What can I do? Well, he had a service truck where he worked on tractor trailers on the side of the road. Said, well, I've got some tools on my truck. If you'll help me, I don't have an ID. Will you help me go to the pawn shop and pawn this stuff so I can buy your kids' school clothes? Okay, sure, anything I can do. I went to the pawn shop with him. Again, gave my ID and a thumbprint to help this guy pawn some stuff. Next day, everything was reported stolen. He had broken into a house. He sat in the car. He didn't come in. He wasn't charged with anything. I was charged with a theft and a burglary because I had pawned the stuff that he said was his. So those are the two charges that I'm charged with, and I had no defense on either charge. I signed those checks. I pawned those items, but I did not participate in either one of the criminal acts other than my actions by signing the documents and agreeing to do it. The theft under 5 was with my wife at Walmart. Again, like Mr. Gardeau, I never stepped foot in Walmart. I was outside in my car, and she shoplifted some items, came to my car, and I got a knock on the window that time. Step out, you're with so-and-so that we have for shoplifting. I was also charged with theft under 500 on that incident. The past, since the felonies and since I lost my real estate career, it was a career, what I planned to die doing, I've since worked in a factory. I've worked the same job for 7 years, Del Conca Ceramic Tiles in Loudon. Never had another speeding ticket, never had another incident, never had another encounter with law enforcement. And I guess in my career I've helped over probably 350 families buy homes, condos, lots, commercial transactions. I've never had a complaint, never had an issue before this commission with any of my transactions. And I think that's a stellar track record. And it's what I'm meant to do. It's who I am. And I'm asking this commission today to let me have my life back. That's where I'm at.
All right, Commissioners. Ms. Franks.
So when was your license revoked?
It wasn't revoked. I let them expire. It was never revoked. But I've since tried to get I know that the laws say 7 years after your last conviction. I think how it reads, and I've patiently waited longer than my 7 years.
So somewhere in his documents, I read that his license was revoked. Was it or not?
The notes, and this is happened in 2005, so it's been roughly 14 years. So it was a different system at that time. Let me just pull it up. But our note said broker released and his E&O, which if you do not have E&O for over a year, then you go into revocation. So it could be that the E&O expired, his license expired, and then...
Correct. Yeah, that's when I sold my franchise to one of my clients.
So you've sold both, you had two, right?
Yeah,
you sold both
had
of those.
Monroe County and also Loudoun County.
Okay. On your application for decision regarding prior criminal convictions,
Ma'am.
There, you left blank where it asked you, have you ever been convicted of, pled no, you left that blank.
I didn't mean to if I
Yes
did.
or no?
It was not intentional. And I sent in a background check that clearly states I have 2 felonies.
Okay, and so then afterwards it says, have you ever been disciplined by any state or federal licensing agency? And you said no. So did you...
My knowledge, I'm answering truthful no. I didn't know that because I didn't have the E&O insurance that it shows revoked. It should not
That answer is actually correct because it asks within the last 10 years.
Okay, and you said that the two charges were felonies, so there's two felonies?
Yes, ma'am.
Both of those felonies are outside of the 10-year.
Okay, and so you're finished with probation and all that too?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay.
And have not had any contact of any type, speeding ticket, parking ticket with law enforcement since.
Are you still involved with your ex-wife?
Absolutely. She, I wasn't for a while, but today she lives with me.
You're back together?
No, we're not back
Oh.
together. I have full custody of a 2.5-year-old little girl, my granddaughter. And I work a second shift job right now, and my ex-wife lives with me, helps me care for this little baby. Light of my life. Yeah.
So, just Anna or Caitlin, why did Mr. Hurst have to come before us today?
For the theft under $500,
That occur.
2014.
So that's really what we're talking about.
Yes. So, we're not talking about the two felonies or the revocation because both of those are prior 10 years, past 10 years.
Wow.
Okay. And the theft under 500, was that the Walmart?
Yes, sir. Never went in the store. I was sitting in the car. And my ex-wife, again, shoplifted some things and came to the car, and there they were. Walmart theft people. So, and I was charged the same way as Mr. Gardeau.
Other questions, Mr. Hurst?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me.
I know two of the convictions we've talked about, I guess, are outside of our time frame.
Right.
But I do
I
appreciate
wanted
you.
full disclosure with
Well,
the commission
I appreciate
today.
that. I
Yes.
think that's good. Just from listening to the stories, at least those two, it sounds like you made some decisions that just were not very smart
I own them.
decisions.
Yeah, I own them.
And I mean, I know that
Absolutely.
you're a smart person. You started a real estate business for 2 counties and were successful with that. Obviously, some things happened in your life that kind of knocked you off track.
Sure, yeah.
But if we do decide to let you go forward in this process, I would just encourage you to listen to your gut more. When
Absolutely. Yeah.
if somebody
Yeah.
comes to you with something and your gut's saying,
Yeah.
I don't know, I don't have my ID, so will you go with me to the pawn shop?
I'm not the same man today. Today,
Yeah.
I'm a man of faith, and I walk with God, and that's who leads me today. I'm not led by stupidity, and I was trying to be good and do the right thing and get favor with my ex-wife and my kids, and still very much in love with her at the time, and that's why I did the pawn stuff. Stupidity on taking a company check. The guy broke in their office, stole the payroll checkbook, and had written about 5 checks. He got charged with a misdemeanor for stealing a checkbook. Because I tried to cash it, I was charged with a felony. It was $525, over $500. And I did give him a thumbprint, and I did sign the check, and completely guilty, But that was stupidity on my part. But not the man I am. Sit before you today as who made those stupid decisions at the time.
We're counting on that.
I assure you.
And I know that
I assure
if you're allowed to get back into this business, your clients will be counting on that too, and they're going to need you to make smart decisions on their behalf and trust your gut and not get involved in any of these bad decisions that happened in the past. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Wayne, tell us why you're interested in affiliating with Mr. Hurst.
I know Dusty before the calamities occurred. In fact, I worked with his company, Remax, in Lenoir City, Tennessee. I know his ex-wife. I had association with them pretty much every day. I was there to see how serious he conducted himself. I was there also to learn from him. Seen how much he loved his kids. They would come in off the bus or be picked up, little knapsacks. And I believe that he's a really good man. And I'd lost contact with him. I kept hearing things from the grapevine. Finally, we run into each other in Home Depot. I asked him how he was doing. He told me. I asked a few questions. Was this true? Is that true? He brought me up to date, and I told him if there's anything I could ever do for you, I would want to do it. And that's why I'm here today. I believe that he's a good person. I believe that he's hit a real large bump in his life. Many people don't even survive that kind of calamity. And I'll do whatever I could, or what you allow me, to help him back in the business.
All right, Commissioners, questions? All right, if there are no questions, is there a motion?
Make a motion to approve Mr. Hurst.
All right, Ms. Taylor's made a motion to allow Mr. Hurst to proceed to get his Tennessee real estate license. Ms. Hills has seconded that. Discussion. Let's vote. Those in favor of that motion vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. That motion passes unanimously. Good luck to both you guys.
Thank you.
Keep it straight. Keep it in the middle of the road. All right, Mr. Broussard, you got your broker with you, I see. Matlock. All right, Ms. Maxwell.
Okay, before you have applicant Quentin Broussard and his principal broker, Kurt Steckel. Mr. Broussard has taken the Tennessee Real Estate Affiliate Broker exam. His principal broker, Kurt Steckel, has been licensed since August 10th, 1987. The firm is Dream Team Franklin, LLC, doing business as Keller Williams. There have been disciplinary sanctions. The summary of the criminal disciplinary sanction is bribery in sporting contests from May 2009. The disposition has been satisfied, and the statement can be found on your iPads.
And just for the record, Ms. Matlock, if he'd come in June of this year, would he have had to come at all?
No. Well, the date of the judge, it was in 2015. So this one was a little bit tricky with it. So hold on one second.
I really do want to talk to him about what he did, but I'm just curious.
So yeah, he still would have. It's still within the 10 years.
Because it's May of 2009. I'm just.
Yeah.
I agree it's inside the 10 years, but
Yes.
just barely, right?
Yes.
By a month.
Yes.
2 months, maybe. All right. Mr. Broussard, tell us what happened.
Well, in college, I went to college to play football. So in that time period, 2002 to 2000, I say 4, 6. I'd say my junior year, I got introduced to, I'll say, I thought was good people, good friends of other players, and they turned out to be not what we expected. At the time, we were, as normal people, go out and have fun, hang out, and there was an older crowd or whatnot, but they was resided in Detroit. I went to school in University of Toledo, so it's just a 30-minute drive. And we would go out there and hang out, and if we needed some food as a college student, he had a grocery store, a couple of them. We would get some food from him, and if we would go out on an outing, he would pay for it or whatnot. And at the time, we didn't really think nothing about it because conversation is conversation. Everybody was a university was real big at the time. So when we start talking about football and everything like that, like what's going on on the team, that just kind of really didn't appear to be anything big. Until after I graduated, I got a call from my wife saying, like, there's some FBI agents looking for you. It's like, really, why? So they come up to my job and was like, well, we're got to take you in and ask you some questions. Turns out that the people that we was hanging with was actually, I say, gamblers or whatnot, or bookies or whatnot, and they've been after them for, I say, quite some time before I even got to college. And it was so big that not only football players, it was basketball players at the same time when I was in college. And we was basically made of an example. I think we wasn't the first, but we was more of a first of having the hammer brought down on the situation of gambling and sporting. So I got hit with a felony for racketeering because I was giving information and receiving funds, gifts or whatnot, like groceries and money going out and everything else. But and I look back at it, I was young, but I wasn't that young to not realize it. But at the time, I wasn't even thinking about it, you know. And after that, you know, I moved back to Texas, you know, when I graduated, and started my life, and basically got back to my roots. So that's pretty much what happened in the incidents why I'm here.
Commissioners. Ms. Taylor. Oh.
So were you a realtor in Texas?
Yes, I was a realtor in Texas.
And did you, for how long, or?
I was a realtor since 2012.
And did you have to go through a similar thing? Did they do background check?
I didn't have to appear in front of the commission, but did have to submit documents like I submitted to you guys for disclosure of everything, and they went through pretty much probably the same process. And I had I think it was 6 months of when I was on license, when I was licensed of probation, when I was doing it. And then after that, it was just like regular.
So when did you leave Texas as a realtor?
My wife ended up getting a job promotion out here in Nashville, and we came here 2 years ago. Yeah.
Enjoy real estate in Texas?
I loved it. And the bad thing about it is like everything was starting to click before we had to get up and move. So
I'm a little confused about. I read it. The charge was bribery and sporting contest. So you're saying that you were giving them like insider information about your team, like somebody's hurt, he's not going to play Sunday, so they know that your team might not win. Is that what you're talking about? Okay. And Ms. Matlock, I noticed that he doesn't have a TREC questionnaire in his package. Is there some reason for that?
Our prior criminal conviction application?
The application for decision regarding prior criminal investigation.
It should be on your iPads.
It's not.
Right after the email.
Oh, that was the last guy.
Quentin Broussard.
Oh, there it is. Okay.
Real small.
Okay.
And
Oh, it is. I see it. I'm sorry.
I'd just like to clarify the timeline really quickly. Before Chairman Grace, you were asking, it was in May 2009, so the rules say if you're convicted within or pled guilty within the past 10 years, and Mr. Broussard pled guilty in 2011. So it's well within the 10 years. Is that correct?
Okay, so you've been, what have you been doing? You were a realtor in Texas, and so what have you been doing the last 2 years in Nashville?
Basically getting to know the city. I've been, when I came here, I kind of wanted to do something different because I've always lived in Dallas, so very known in that area. And when I got into real estate, I kind of rushed into everything. I was kind of momentum based, but here I wanted to take my time and get to know the city a little bit. So I've been doing Uber and Lyft and getting to know a lot of people, meeting everybody, getting to know the culture here because it's different. And I could contest to that because it's not the same as Texas.
So are
But
you going to be living in Nashville or Franklin?
Franklin?
Okay,
Yeah.
good town.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I have.
Other questions? Yes, Jeff.
I just want to clear up something. So it wasn't as if there was a overt conversation happening here where the person that was hosting these events came to you and said who's in, who's out for a particular week. This is just casual conversation that they
Yeah.
picked up information from.
Mhm. Yeah.
Okay. And the bribery charges, the receiving of the groceries, and the receiving of them paying for your food at events and stuff like that wasn't cash given directly to you or anything like that.
One point it wasn't directly given it to me, but it was given to me.
I think, when you hear bribery at sporting events, I think of manila envelopes with stacks of cash in them. And so I just wanted to hear from you what the environment you were in.
Significant like that.
Okay.
So it was like, say you go in Detroit, you had casinos, go to casino, they give you some chips and go play and whatnot, or they counted groceries. Since we got groceries, counted the amount of money the groceries was. That's how they.
Okay, so I just, the context of that is important because if it was, you were recruited specifically to give them information and you compensated for that, I think the mood of the commission might be a little different. But thank you. Thank you.
It's Taylor.
I just want to make the comment that this is a good way to write things because I can't read it. It's so small, I bet I have no idea what you said on here, so I had to listen to see what was going on. I just put myself notes over here. I can't read this.
I'm sorry about that.
But I want to make sure, again, picking up that my impression of the part that I could read is that my impression was that you were asked not to make plays or to make plays or something like that. Is that true or not true? You were asked to make certain plays or not?
No, I was not. It was more like informational stuff about the
All right.
team.
Okay, thank you.
Good.
But I thought maybe I read that you had to fake an injury or something during a bowl game or something. Was that, or am I imagining stuff?
No, I did not have to fake an
Okay.
injury.
Okay. Let me ask you this: on the order that came from the Texas, if I read this right, they put you on 2 years probation. Is that right? When you got your license, it was like a 2-year
for track.
Well, when you first started to get your license in Texas, they put you on like a 2-year probationary license.
No, I think it was 6 months that I had to be on probation when I had my license.
Okay. Well,
A provisional license in
Yeah,
Texas.
something like that. Yeah.
And then, because I read in the part that kind of interested me, I guess, and it said that if you changed companies, you had to notify the real estate commission if you changed.
Correct.
Was that true?
Mhm.
Did you happen to change companies while you were on that probationary period?
No, I was with my first company. I was with Coa Banker Apex.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Other questions for Mr. Broussard? Mr. Steckel, good to see you again.
Good morning.
It's been a while, I think.
Yes.
Would
thank
you
goodness.
tell us what? I like that idea. Few less is better than more.
Based on my conversations with Quentin himself, and also checked his personal references, I called the people he had letters for. I felt very comfortable based on the letters, what Quentin has told myself, and also Quentin interviewed with our team leader from our office, and he was very comfortable with it too. So I feel with his experience, getting to know the town itself first, and getting into real estate again now, I feel very good with that. Plus, we have a mentor program at the office, and we also have a productivity coaching program. So he will be plugged into that very first day. He will come into that. So.
Questions for Mr. Steckel? Ms. Franks.
So this actually is more a question for Mr. Broussard, if that's okay.
That's perfect.
I want to be clear with you. You didn't work with Keller Williams before. Were you on a team before?
No, in Texas?
Mm-hmm.
No, I was not.
That microphone.
Oh, sorry. No, I wasn't on a team. I worked for Coa Banker Apex, and then I changed brokers and went to, I believe it was Remax. When I my brother ended up getting into the real estate business also, and we just didn't like Remax. And then we went to Conrad Realty, and we was there for a while before we moved.
Okay, so the team structure, who's your team leader?
My team leader at Keller Williams, Jason Hunt.
Okay, and so have you already gone through the 4-week program?
The 4-week program of Keller Williams?
The last man that was in here from Keller Williams said he went through a 4-week program. I'm just wondering, do you all have that also at your office?
They have a full program, but it's, for me, like, I just signed on with them, what was it, like, almost 2.5 weeks ago?
Okay, okay. So who will you be getting your check from? Your paycheck, your commission from?
Keller Williams.
Not your leader, not your team leader, right?
I'm not sure.
No, it'll be coming from Keller Williams itself, from the office.
Okay, so this is a huge problem nationwide that some companies that have teams, other people are paying other than the company. So I want to make sure that your only check that you get comes from your company, that you get no income from your team leader.
Mr.
Okay,
Steckel.
Mr. Steckel.
Just, I want to emphasize, when I say team leader, his name is Jason Huck. He runs the office. He's not a rainmaker of an individual team of 5 or 6 agents. He is actually a team leader that runs the office staff.
So how many people will be on his team?
He won't be on a team, he'll be an individual, but he'll be on the mentor program. So he'll have a mentor to kind of guide him in the process through.
Okay, and is this mentor a broker?
No. She's licensed. She is a licensed agent. Yeah. We have 2 brokers at our office, Linda Pennington and myself. But I am the principal.
Other questions? Mr. Broussard, I have a question for you after we vote as well. It's not pertinent. All right. Is there a motion?
Make a motion to approve.
Motion by Mr. Diaz to approve this applicant to move forward to get his license in Tennessee, seconded by Ms. Taylor. Is there discussion? Let's vote. Those in favor of the motion vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The motion passes unanimously. Congratulations and good luck. Now, here's my question for you. So, over the course of my life, I've been interviewed by various law enforcement officers, but never by FBI agents. How was that?
It was, I would say it was a headache to me, because
I guess it was a headache.
I don't know. Because I've never been interrogated before, so when it's kind of like they're more friendly than what you expect, but at the same time they ask the same question over and over and over again. So it's weird, something that you don't really want to be in. But
you think about calling an attorney before you talk to him?
At the time, no, but when I did. So.
All right. Just wanted a little insight in case I ever had to talk to him. All right.
We can make a phone call, John.
No, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, gentlemen. Good luck. All right, let's take one more piece of business here. Let's take this medical waiver, and then we'll take a break. Okay. All right, Ms. Maxwell.
We haven't had a medical waiver in quite a while, but today you have licensee Catherine Bright, who is requesting a waiver of $200. She has already renewed, so this is just for the late penalty that she paid. Her new expiration date is November 6, 2020. She's been licensed since November 7th, 2014. She's an affiliate broker. She's up to date on her E&O and her education, and there has not been a disciplinary sanction. She sent in a doctor's note, and then in addition to that, I did receive an email from her. I had asked to see about a letter as well, and we ended up using the email just based on her status after the surgery.
Are you aware that the medical waiver request is blank?
So when did she expire?
She expired in November, and she renewed in February.
November 2018.
No. Yes. Yes, sorry.
This is the lady that had the brain tumor and had surgery and, okay. I'd like to make a motion that we approve this medical waiver.
All right, Ms. Franks makes a motion, Ms. Taylor seconds that motion that the medical waiver request be granted in the amount of $200. Let's vote. Those in favor of that motion vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. That motion passes unanimously. It is 9:30. Let's reconvene at 20 till 10.
Hours away. Just around the corner.
Okay, Aaron, we're back in session. You okay with us? Mr. White, good to see you.
Chairman, good to see you, members of the commission.
You're part of the agenda.
Yes, sir.
Let's talk about courses. Want to?
All right, courses. In front of you today, there's a little bit of a difference. There are two agendas, 1 and 2, marked 1 and 2, should be on your iPads. So there was an addition of some 8 courses from the D&D school that are internet courses. And they had these that we had basically had them in hold for about 90 days or 60 days, and we thought it pertinent that today that they are internet courses, they're not P&P courses, but we would put them before you today for potential. But I would submit to you, members of the commission, that A1 through A33 that I have reviewed for your approval today, and they're before both providers and courses and instructors.
Okay. So, Ross, A1 through A33 includes both reports.
Part 1 and Part 2
Part
of the
1 and
education agenda. So it comprises the entire education agenda for April.
But we didn't get the part 2 ahead of time, right?
You did not.
Okay, so I need to look at that.
So let me ask you this also. On the first report, it looks like there's a course at the end that didn't have a number assigned to it. 7 Deadly Sins of Selling.
It's a discussion.
That's discussion.
Yes, sir.
So we're not talking about that at this point.
Right, that's a discussion only.
Let's just take the first education report, courses A1 through A25. Let's just break this down so I can understand where we are. Your recommendation is that we approve courses A1 through A25, correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Would anyone like to pull a particular course out to discuss?
I have a few.
All right, tell me what those are.
1,
A1,
2, 5, 11, 12, and 13. And I just have a question about each of those.
Nothing. Let's do this. Would you make a motion to approve A1 through 25 with the exception of those 6 courses?
Okay, I'll make a motion that we approve classes A1 through A25 with the exceptions, excuse me, of A1, A2, A5, A11, A12, and A13.
All right, is there a second? Second by Mr. Wood. Discussion on that motion. If not, let's vote. Those in favor of the motion vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The motion passes unanimously. Course A1, Ms. Franks.
Okay, so A1 had to do with the differences between a real estate agent and an appraiser, and it's a 4-hour class. And so I was just wondering about that. So there's enough material for 4 hours then?
Yes, ma'am.
And is Ben Maxwell Caitlin's husband?
That is correct.
Okay.
But he's already approved.
Yes. And, all right, so then I have no problem. I just thought that's a lot of hours to tell you the difference between appraisers and real estate agents, but I can move on from that
Why
one.
don't you make a motion to approve?
I make a motion that we approve at A1.
Seconded by Ms. Taylor, right?
Well, actually, I was going to ask a question, but I can
I'll
still
let
ask
you-
a
you can
question.
still
Yeah, I'll
ask.
second it. and
Okay,
then
thank
ask
you.
a
Ms.
question.
Taylor.
Well, you've blown my question now.
I'm sorry.
It'll come back or not. I was going to say, have you been looking at these courses in any different manner since we've had these discussions over the last several months?
Absolutely.
And what has your difference in looking at these courses been?
I have been, and I've taken into consideration all that the commission is concerned with, and I endeavored to look for those things in the courses.
Are you reading this material and taking any of these courses just before to okay them or not at this time?
I have not started, of course, we're in discussion about an audit program and that sort of thing, so I hadn't taken any of the courses.
All right, I just wanted to make sure that we're looking at them in a different manner of the way that they're being approved, so that they're being approved in a correct manner to follow our guidelines and things like that.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right.
Doing
thank
that.
And Ross, are we now also looking to see if there are questions at the back of the syllabus?
For those that require that, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did we vote?
No. Come see if there are
No,
any
we
questions.
didn't vote. That was a question.
Okay. The motion on the floor is to approve course A1. Further discussion? Let's vote. Those in favor of the motion vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. That motion passes unanimously. A2.
Chairman.
Ms. Franks.
I didn't participate in that vote.
Let the record reflect that Mr. McMullen has rejoined the conversation.
Okay, so on A2, that again was how to measure single-family homes.
Yes, ma'am.
And there was enough information for that to be a 4-hour class.
Absolutely.
Okay. All right, I move to approve A2 then.
Second.
Motion by Ms. Franks, seconded by Ms. Taylor, that course A2 be approved per the recommendation of our education director. Let's vote. Those in favor of the motion vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. That motion passes unanimously. A5.
All right, A5, this is a class to train realtors to identify and defeat the various scams using the real estate transactions only. So Byrne and Associates is a new school.
They are, I believe, a law firm as well, and they have participated with Tennessee Realtors in a course that was approved earlier some months ago.
So are they a Tennessee school?
They are now. That will, if the commission votes in approval.
Are they located in Tennessee?
No, Byrne and Associates is here in Tennessee. Well,
So-
I may be incorrect about that. I'll have to.
So to be clear, Ross, we don't approve schools, do we?
Have to approve on the agendas. I mark them as new if it's a new school that's coming before you, so I do mark them as a new school, so you do approve them, yeah.
I thought we approved instructors and courses, but not schools.
We license courses and instructors. We don't license schools.
I understand what you're saying. I just want to make sure we're clear on that.
Okay.
So what do you think about A5?
So we'll move to approve it.
Second.
Who's Bobby? Okay, motion by Ms. Frank, seconded by Mr. Wood, that course A5 be approved. Let's vote. Those in favor of that motion vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. That motion passes unanimously. A11.
A11 was Hondros College in Ohio, and they're doing the 60-hour pre-licensing course. I looked this school up, and they do have a big real estate division at that college. So I would give this one more scrutiny if I were you, to make sure, because it is another state, as far as the law part of that pre-licensing.
Yes, ma'am.
that it's Tennessee.
I just want to say that, when I came aboard, Kaplan and Hundress were the two largest providers of internet courses, other than, of course, CE Shop and McKissick. But they're reputable and have been in the business for at least the years I've been here.
Okay, I move to approve A11 then.
Second by Ms. Taylor. Discussion. Those in favor of approving course A11, vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. That motion passes unanimously. A12.
Right, A12 is the practical application to easement valuation. And then I'm going to do 12 and 13 together, if I may. And 13 introduces students to field experience as they can recognize a problem when it develops and determine a solution. And these classes are right-of-way acquisitions.
Could be an accusation. Could be an accusation.
So it made me think, when are realtors usually involved in right-of-way acquisitions for electrical transmissions?
I would assume with the commercial side more than the residential side, but there could be some of both. This particular company has been in business and has had courses before the commission for many years. They're a 1191, so that goes back 20 years probably. So they've been on the books as an approved provider for that period of time.
So the International Right-of-Way Association is the provider?
1191 in our numbering, we're now in the early 1700s. So this goes back since almost the inception of.
Okay. I move to approve 12 and 13.
Second. Okay, second by Mr. Wood. Frankly, I had no idea there was an International Right-of-Way Association. I can't imagine the membership is big, but it might be.
Does that put us in being outside of our expertise?
Well, easements and leases and rights of way are all real estate related.
Yeah, I don't think we could follow through with much. I mean, we might have some information, but we certainly couldn't give advice on that.
I'd be hard pressed to believe there's a big audience for these courses.
Yeah, that's what
I'm thinking. I think it's a finite group.
Yeah.
So,
well, I mean, as an agent, my advice would probably be to call the International Right-of-Way Association.
Mine too. That's outside of my field.
What's going on?
Mine too. All right, the motion is to approve A12 and A13. Those in favor of that motion will vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The motion passes unanimously. The last item on this first agenda is a discussion about the 7 deadly sins of selling. What's this about, Mr. White?
Well, this course was actually approved in January as a 2-hour course, and it was one of those situations where Tennessee Realtors was participating and I guess helping the Chattanooga Association in sponsoring a course there. But there was some misinformation given when the course was originally presented. And Steve McDonald, to his credit, we've discussed this, but it should have been a 3-hour course, and it was meant to be a 3-hour course. However, just in in the last week or so, Steve actually also submitted the same course again as a 3-hour course. So I have it too, but I don't think that's necessary if the commission will consider that there was a little bit of a misunderstanding about the hours, and it really should be a 3-hour course, and there's enough material for a 3-hour course.
So, has this course already been taught?
Not to my knowledge.
We're not going back retroactively and giving somebody 3 hours of credit for a 2-hour approved course.
It is possible if they did that. I don't.
Well, it says if approved, they plan to resubmit their roster for credits.
That is correct. So they I misspoke. They did, in fact, or must have, in fact, given at least one course, and so they're asking that this extra hour be provided, and if so, then they could resubmit their roster. In lieu of that, Steve McDonald also submitted the same course for 3 hours. So either way, however, that course I would have to place.
But the difference is he's wanting us to go back on people that got 2 hours and now give them an additional hour. That's the difference in the two, right? Because he's now asking for 3 hours in the other one.
Well, correct. And he, to Steve's credit, he realized when the issue came up, the sponsor had, well, we really wanted the 3 hours. It was supposed to be 3 hours. Well, it was too late, I guess, at that time because they had given the course and they were wanting to see what they could do about that. The only thing I told them, I said, well, I can place it before the commission. Let them consider it. If they want to grant that, then they can. If not, then Steve has followed through with yet another course.
F.
Ross, do we know that, or can we know that they have given the course, and do we know the start and end times of that course? Did they do 3 hours, or did they just do the 2 hours?
They had enough material for 3 hours, so they were wanting the 3 hours, and I feel like they.
That's not the question.
Well,
Ross.
can we know if they actually have 3 hours worth of chair time? Is the question.
In January.
Yes.
Is that possible to find out? And
That's
know?
possible to find out for sure.
Well, all you got to do is ask Chattanooga, I mean, did they have people there 2 hours or 3 hours?
Correct.
And if would imagine if you thought you were getting 2 hours, you'd only sit there 2 hours.
Yeah. I think the course was marketed as 3. And
I think
then,
we should defer this probably until you can tell us the answer to that question. And you could probably get that today for us, couldn't you? So that we don't leave them hanging.
that.
All you need to do is call Chattanooga and just ask them, did they sit there 2 hours or 3 hours? Isn't that right?
Well, I'm not prepared to give 3 hours of credit for a 2-hour course. So
Right.
if they said if they can send the advertisement for the course that showed us from 1 to 4 o'clock on
what I'm
a
saying.
Tuesday afternoon, I'd be inclined to vote for this, but otherwise not. So
basically the question is, if they really taught a 3-hour class, we might be okay giving them 3
Right.
hours credit. So if you could just check with Steve or whoever and find out that they really did a 3-hour class. Should we
I would
make
call
a-
Chattanooga, not Steve, because Steve probably wasn't even there.
He might know. I bet you he's knee deep in it, knowing Steve.
well, he's the sponsor of the course.
Well,
right?
it's Lee Brown, and I mean she's very expensive.
Yeah.
So you ought
Yeah.
to know if it's 2 hours or 3 hours.
Yeah.
All right, so at this point, the chair believes the sentiment of the commission is to defer action on this. That's correct. To some point,
Move to defer.
certain.
Exactly.
Well, without a motion, we'll go on, without objection. All right, now you've got a second education report.
Yes, sir.
All right, let me get to it.
Is there some reason we didn't get this with the rest of our stuff? That we're just getting it this morning?
Actually, of course, we were fellow conference, and the discussion was had that perhaps due to fairness, these 8 internet courses were held back. And before you today, I think, so that their business can go forward and so on related to the internet, because everything had been held, then it was decided to place it on today before you. Now, it was at least 2 days ago, I believe it was prepared and sent to you, but you may have, I don't know if it was sent to you by email. I requested
Didn't get it.
that,
Wasn't
but
sent
it
to
is
me.
on your iPad.
All right, Commission, if you'd like to take some time, look through these courses, see what questions you might have for Mr. White.
These are courses that they already were using, and now we're reapproving them? Is that
Going
correct?
from paper and
No,
pen.
ma'am, these are new. As far as I know, the school is here, but these were submitted as new courses, and because I think they've sort of enlarged their internet business, and maybe for the first time, but at any rate, John Ritchie has been an approved instructor with us for many years. So he is their CDEI holder and the instructor for the courses.
And so you have checked their syllabus, and there's no answers at the back of
No, this is different as far as that goes. This would be the internet courses, and they wouldn't be. I don't think you've got the same issue there as you do with the.
If there's answers given, there's the same issue. The same issue. So have you looked, and are there answers at the back of their syllabus?
I do not know. I will have to be for sure of that, but I do not think that there are answers at the back of these.
Can we just say going forward on every single thing that you put before us that you check and make sure that there's no answers?
All distance courses, right? P&P and internet.
Well, we really don't want answers going to any with any class.
And
I have another thing too. Another issue is we need to understand that these are graded. That was as big an issue as the answers being there, that they weren't graded.
There was an hour basis. I have to find it.
Well, my experience with the internet courses is when you take the tests, it's graded and you get the results at that point.
But that's one of the issues, is the classes given, the paper and pencils, weren't graded. Okay.
But an internet class, inherently, if they give a test, you get an answer right then. You know if you got it right or not. I mean, so.
But at the end of all of the internet courses, because I don't take many, of course, it depends on the length of the
Some
course.
of them may have given tests throughout the course of the material, and others might just do something at the end, depending on how long of a class and stuff it is.
So as soon as you finish, though, that you know whether you passed.
You know
or
if you did it.
okay.
You know if you got it
That's
right.
a different
Yeah.
issue than the paper and pencil. Then.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
All right, back to the question at hand. You've got 8 courses here. Are there questions about these courses?
I'd like to make a motion that we approve these 8 courses.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Ms. Taylor. Further discussion?
I got one more question, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
It wasn't clear to me earlier. Are these courses that have been paper and pencil courses and now they're moving to internet?
No,
Okay.
this is a new.
So a new batch of
portion
classes.
their business, and they're going forward with internet courses. These are not.
To be specific, the motion is to approve courses A26 through A33.
Right.
Other discussion?
I
Ms.
see
Wood.
that we now have a marijuana class in this, and with it not being legal in Tennessee, do we want to?
I can, it's not going to happen this year, obviously. The legislator has said it's not, but we're actually having one of our general sessions at Arello in Denver concerning marijuana. I would like to see us be
in
more
Denver.
Proactive than reactive. So I think it's time, because it could happen within the next year. My opinion.
Okay. Motion is to approve courses A26 through A33. Further discussion? Let's vote. Those in favor of the motion vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
No.
Motion passes unanimously with one exception. Mr. Wood votes no. Now, let's go back. The chair failed to get instructors approved on the first report. So is there a motion to approve all instructors on both reports submitted by?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, the motion by Mr. Taylor, second by Ms. Hills, is to approve instructors on both reports. I have one question myself.
Mr. Diaz.
Mr.
Not
Diaz.
Mr. Taylor.
What did I
This
say?
is
I'm
Mr.
sorry.
Mr. Taylor.
I was getting ahead of something. On the
That's
second,
our secret's out.
my fault.
It will be news to my wife.
Right.
On the second agenda, the one we just approved, there's a Aaron Taylor kind of floating at the bottom that doesn't have a course associated with him. What
He
is that?
also was submitted along with the courses earlier, a couple of months ago, as a potential instructor for D&D school.
Recommendation is to approve him. Okay, so the motion includes Mr. Taylor. So if this motion passes, that Mr. Diaz made a move to approve.
Is it for files 1 and 2?
Yeah, instructors in Education Report 1 and Education Report 2 will be approved. Let's vote. Those in favor of that motion, vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The motion passes unanimously.
McMullen abstained.
Mr. McMullen abstains. Are you on there somewhere?
Yeah.
Okay, just checking. Anything else, Mr. White?
No, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, thank you.
All right, we're next up. What time is it? 10:15? We're almost on schedule. 10:10.
Executive Director.
Executive
Here she is.
Director.
You're up. No rush.
I primarily just had two quick updates.
Speak into that microphone.
I will. We have sent out a save the date for an education roundtable. It's going to be on May 15th. So essentially, I sent out the save the date to try to go ahead and have people block it on their calendar, and then also for us to try to get RSVP ideas. Our plan as of now is to do it in the building and have the option for people to stream it if they're unable to make it. And then there's also an option for them to send in questions so that they're actually able to participate in the meeting. And then obviously for those that are local or that would like to make the drive, they can attend in person as well. So far we've gotten about 40 RSVPs. So I plan to send an actual invitation with more information, but just wanted to go ahead and get people to save the date on their calendar so that we could get the ball rolling.
That's May 15th?
May 15th. Mm-hmm. And for now, due to the number of providers, we've asked that it be just providers
Not
because...
commissioners.
What?
Not commissioners.
Well, we have had some other people reach out about attending, but there's a lot of providers out there, and just due to our size, parking, all of that, this first one have asked for providers.
I'm just asking, we don't have to come, right?
You don't have to come.
Okay.
We don't want you to come.
Okay. That's
Yeah. Two or more commissioners means we have to sunshine it, so.
Yes.
Just-
And then the other thing I was going to update everyone on, we're still moving along with E&O. As of now, there's been roughly 60 consent orders sent out to principal brokers in regards to having a licensee that failed to maintain E&O insurance. You guys will see those if they elect not to sign the consent order and to not pay the fee. But those are all set in our laws and rules. So, and then I followed up on the question Austin asked from last month about the financials, and that was a typo. Has been corrected. I know Marsh is going to update everyone later on Arillo, but we had a productive meeting last week at Arillo. So I'll add to hers whenever she does her report. I would like to find out who is able to attend the May meeting. It's in Memphis. We've set up the hotel. Fontaine has been very helpful and has basically gotten the room that we're going to use on Thursday and Friday all reserved. And so she's been working with her local connections. But if you anticipate not needing a hotel room, if you will let me know as soon as possible, because it's out of town and because we have to do a room block, they're a little bit stricter. So, does anybody have any questions?
At the Germantown City Hall?
It's at the Germantown City Hall, and we are staying at a hotel not too far from there. I'll send it out to everybody so that you have the location. But if you anticipate it would be staying Wednesday and Thursday night. As of now, there is a formal hearing that Friday. So,
What's the date?
and locals, unfortunately, you guys got to just stay at your home. It is May 9th and 10th. But as far as the hotel goes, that's May 8th and May 9th. But the actual meeting is Thursday, May 9th, and then Friday, May 10th. Yes.
Oh, scoot up the
Yes,
microphone.
MAR is they're gonna send out some information from MAR is gonna have a dinner on Wednesday, and they'll need a head count of who's gonna be there, and that's if your wife are coming or not, your husband, that sort of thing. And then on Thursday, since we're staying the extra day, I'll make a reservation for someplace else, and I will need kind of that same head count as to who's going to be there for that. Some of you might leave, I don't know, but I'll need a head count to make that reservation. And
I can follow up with an email, but if you will just go ahead and look at the date when you get back, and then if you anticipate not being able to attend or not coming, if you will just let me know as soon as possible. So
Thursday you'll be there anyway. That's right, because we have the hearing the next day. So yeah, but I do need the count. Yeah.
any questions for me?
I have one question. On your report, occasionally I get a question about how many active licensees there are in the state. And so would the fair answer be the total of individual licenses plus firm licenses? Would that be a fair answer?
Yes, but that number is going to include not just affiliate brokers and brokers, but it will also include like designated agents and timeshare sales and all those. So just know that. Yeah.
We manage those. So that's like 39,100 active licenses.
Roughly, yes, yeah. I'm not doing the math, but yeah, somewhere right.
I'll make sure I had that number.
Yes.
All right. Other questions?
I wanted to ask, under the financials, the surplus deficit, it's showing a negative number, negative $155,000. Do you see that? You see all those numbers are negatives each month? And it's a state reg fee? What is that?
Yes. So each board is required to call what the department calls a reg fee. And part of that is a fee that we pay. This is my understanding. And I believe that's statutory, but each board per license is required to pay a small fee. That's called the reg fee. And that's part of what we pay to operate, I believe, be in the department. And so each board and commission pays that. And it's, I think it's per license.
Why is it a negative number?
Because we're paying it. It's not a number that we're losing money there because we're paying. Whereas, case revenue or the licensing revenue, that's the money that we are bringing in for those.
And then one other item that to me is very disturbing is the field enforcement 0000000. As we were in the Arello meetings, and they have everybody brings their investigators, and they have different workshops for investigators, and we just basically sat there quiet because we really don't want anyone to know how many we don't have. I'm very disturbed about this. I hate to even say it publicly, but that's the only way I can talk to y'all about it. Is I'm not sure what's happening that we don't have that from the state. For instance, Ohio has 25,000 licensees, and they have 9 full-time investigators. So, we used to have them come out to our offices. I know now that we have an auditor, but it really concerns me as we're trying. Our greatest obligation is to protect the public, and I just feel like somehow somebody somewhere is letting us down, that we're not taking care of these investigations like they should be.
So they have field enforcement and investigation on there separate. So ours is actually under investigation. And right now, the way that our investigations work is if legal gets a case that they review and they say, I need more information on this, I really think there's a problem here, maybe it's unlicensed activity, they elect for that to go out to investigation. And on the unlicensed activity, a lot of those, if we feel like there's something fraudulent going on, then those are sent out for investigation. And so you'll see, I mean, yes, ours is certainly not the cost of 9 investigators. But, I mean, you'll see, like in January, it was $6,000. So it's going up and down based on which cases legal feels need to be sent out for investigation. And that is triggered by our complaint. So if we get a complaint in that seems
So they
like...
only investigate when a complaint has been made, right?
Yes. Audits are random, and that cost is included.
Where is audits in here?
I believe the audits, and I can confirm this for you, but I believe that that's part of our admin cost back.
Do the rest of you all feel?
I definitely feel that way. I think that when the auditors, you used to never know when an auditor would show up, and it was a big deal. I mean, they spent a day or in some cases several days going through different things and finding issues. And that kept people more on their toes
than anything else.
And sometimes you think you're running your office very well, but you're missing a couple of things.
And they helped educate you.
Absolutely.
I mean, they were very, I see what you did, and this is how. But a better business practice would be, and they were. I mean, to me, that was the real advantage. Was
Right. I'd rather know on the front end of what I'm missing or not doing right than be called before here and have it from the back end going forward. We should go from the forward end to educate so that these issues don't happen.
So I think we're talking about two separate things, because we're talking one about the
Auditors, what I'm
and then
talking
we're talking one about the investigations.
But our auditors used to be the auditors.
Yes.
We
It's
didn't
with the
have a
investigators.
mail in the
Didn't
download
have an
and send the
investigator.
stuff. Yeah, we didn't have that.
Yeah. So the investigations are for the complaints. And I think that Ohio does theirs the same way. I think that they have, I can look more into it, but I think they probably have an audit team and then they have an investigation team. The only thing I'll say about the 9 is I do remember their complaints are averaging, what did they say, like over 2 years?
Yes.
So with,
Even with 9 investigators, they're from the time they receive a complaint is 2 to 3 years to get it.
And some of that,
Very proud of Tennessee that we were
Yeah.
much better than that.
well, and, I think if we sent out an investigator on every single case, we certainly would not maybe be in the 180 days that we're in. So,
How many investigators do we have?
like over, I don't know the exact number, but I would say it's like over 20 department wide. So it's not like there's not we don't have the resources. We do have the resources. It's just that a lot of the complaints that we're receiving, we feel like some of them are contract issues. So, they're able to review it and not have the need to send somebody out.
So I guess my question, and I don't know who you asked because I don't know the structure, but I mean, it's obviously a line on this. So I'm wondering, if you could just find out for us to get us some information about, do we not need that line anymore? Are we not going to be doing
The field enforcement?
Field enforcement.
So field enforcement, there are certain programs such as Motor Vehicle and Cosmo that they use the field enforcement team because their shop has to be inspected before it's approved, or in their statute, their shop is required and then same with motor vehicle, they're required to have certain insurances per dealership. So, I mean, I could ask for that line to be taken off because really our need would fall under investigation.
All right, other comments or questions about the executive director's report? If not, let's keep moving. Next up on the agenda is D&D School of Real Estate. Ms. Matlock, how come this is on the agenda?
This matter is before you because of the letter that we received last month from Mr. Jason Ensley, the former counsel for D&D School. In the letter, he stated we last month Trek temporarily reinstated 2 courses, the 2019-2020 core course and the Ethics and Agency Relationships Today NAR course. And in the letter, he requested that this be temporarily reinstated until such time as the matter can be fully heard on April 17th, 2019. So we're here to discuss permanent reinstatement of those 2 courses.
So let me just, is it Miss Easterling? Is that right? Okay, with D&D Schools here. Let me just say for the record, we have questions up here, obviously, but for the record, we've asked Commission to limit discussion to the letter and any topics on the letter that your previous attorney sent to us. Okay, so we'll try to keep it focused that way. Ms. Hills.
So these 2 courses are correspondence courses, correct?
Let's do this. Is this a question for Ms. Easterling?
No, I would think the education director.
Yes, there are 2 printed correspondence courses.
Okay. And it says in this letter, remove all answer keys from the above referenced course materials. Are these the only correspondence courses that the school offers, or did their attorney just...
No, we have several. They have several more printed correspondence courses, but if you'll remember back in the timeline of events, we only withdrew approval from these 2 specific courses because we had information on those courses concerning the answer keys and the written exercise issues. So that's why we're only talking about those 2.
So we don't know, Mr. White, maybe, or Ms. Maxwell, either one. So we don't know if all correspondence courses have answers in the back. We only had proof for these 2, correct?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so I can keep this focused. At the end of the day, a proper motion might be to permanently reinstate these 2 courses.
That's correct.
Or a proper motion might be to permanently
not permanently withdraw, but withdraw until further compliance is shown.
Okay, so that we're talking about 2 courses, and we're trying to make a decision because in the past we temporarily approved these courses. And I assume D&D School would like, according to this letter, to get those permanently reinstated as approved courses. Questions? Ms. Taylor.
I have a question. One of the things that I found in reading this letter is it omits one of the main objections that I thought we had, was that the classes had the answers, but also weren't being graded. And that omits, that does not mention that here.
I'd like to ask that question of anyone here.
Well, I'm making that statement that it doesn't.
Commissioner Taylor, if you look at the last paragraph of the second to last, I guess there's one sentence on the second page. It states that D&D schools shall remove all answer keys from the above referenced course materials and will grade and return each quiz to participating students.
I don't see that here, but
The second
page.
The back.
Yes.
On the back.
It's the
I did the same
paragraph
thing, I
that
only saw the
begins,
front page.
Yeah,
with
okay.
nonetheless.
No.
And so have those things been done?
we can ask. But let's.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Why don't we swear him in?
I don't
Let me give Ms.
seem to see
Taylor
that.
comfortable first.
Well, if it's there and it says that they'll do that, that's fine. I just didn't happen to see it, and I still don't see it, but it's okay. Because I see that they
Well,
just
we got
signed
time.
it.
Take your
Yeah,
time.
the Fernley, I got a long letter there. It was.
The paragraph that begins with nonetheless.
All right. So, Ms. Easterling, are you prepared to answer questions today? Would you come up and have a seat up here? Ms. Matlock, does she need to be sworn in, or what's the protocol?
Yeah, we'll swear in.
Okay. All right, remember the focus of this discussion is these two courses. And you had a question about whether certain things that had happened. You want to follow up on that?
The only questions I've had, which I've asked repeatedly, are we looking at these courses more and you're checking to see that they're done
Yes, ma'am.
correctly. They say the lawyer says that they're now the answer keys are being withdrawn and the classes are being graded. So when I take on a paper and pencil class now, how's the way it's delivered? What's the difference in the way it's delivered and graded, and et cetera?
Yes, sorry, my voice has been scratchy. I can't seem to shake this, but when we talk to Mr. Inslee, which, by the way, we do not, he's not our lawyer anymore, just so you're aware. We don't have any representation anymore. We have gone over and above what you guys have asked us to do. We, starting on March 13th, when you guys did reinstate those two courses, we had previously, since March 5th, when we first found out that they were taken, on that day is when we first met with the attorney, and he said, hey guys, just take the answers out of everything. Let's just, start fresh, so they cannot have anything that they're mad about. And we said, great, sure. So we went back. First of all, we stopped selling those two courses on that day. And above and beyond, we took out the answers of everything 8 hours and less. There's never been any answers in anything over 8 hours. I want to make that clear. Those are our pre-licensings and things. There's never been answers in the backs unless it's been a practice exam. For the CE, 8 hours and less, we wiped out answers across the board. That's 28 courses gone. We take an X-Acto knife. We go to the back of the pre-printed booklets, which are the third parties. We slice it, dice it, gone. If for some reason some of the answers are printed on part of a glossary page or the back of one of the exams, it just depends on how that person printed it, then we take a big fat black magic marker and we scratch through the few that are still there so you can't see them. We don't know how else to handle that. So that's how we've been doing that. As far as grading, since there is no actual grade percent listed in your law, we have taken it upon ourselves, and we want to know if this is the right direction. We have actually been using a 70% or higher to pass the student, but we're not sure that's the correct approach because there's no grading scale actually required in the law 8 hours or less. So at what point do you pass a student? If they scored 27, do you pass them? Or if they score a 60, do you pass them? In high school, you would get your credit. You might not have a very good GPA, but you would have your credit. So we chose 70 only because that's the only thing out there that's mentioned in other types of courses. But we're not sure that's what to do, and I want definite clarification on that today.
Well, you won't get it.
Okay, we won't
We're
get
talking
it.
about these two courses.
Okay,
Let's just
so-
talk about these two courses.
So for these two courses, we didn't even start selling them again until we saw the video on March 13th. So at that time, we did start reselling those, and on the ones that we own, we have them offered two ways. We have them printed, and we have them on the PDF. We went to the original file. We wiped out the answers. They're gone. They've been gone. They're still gone. They're never coming back. So I don't know how else,
That's a good.
That's what you were supposed to do in the first place. So that's
Actually,
good
no, because there was never a motion made. We were never instructed to make any changes whatsoever.
We're not going to argue with you about it today. But I'm glad that you have made the changes that needed to be made, and I appreciate that you've done that. That's merely my only concern were the testing and the answers, which were very inappropriate in the first place.
Still, my problem is too. Before you said on these two courses, you said that they sent in their answers, but you didn't even really look at them. You just saw that all the blanks were filled in, but you really didn't check what they had said. Now, is that being done now, and is there just a pass or a fail on that?
No, we have, what we do now is we scan their actual answer sheet, and it shows where we've marked what they've gotten wrong. It shows what number that they got on it, and we attach that to their course completion report that we've always sent to and returned to the student, and it'll say like 72/pass. Okay, plus they can review their own quiz to see exactly what they got wrong. Now, if they don't get a 70, we ask them to retest. That's what we've been doing, and I don't know if that's what we should do. We've not had anybody fight that on us on that. They've said, okay, I'll just do it again, which is fine. They can do it as many times as they want at no charge. They have 1 full year, to get their course passed. And that's how we've been handling it. And we are happy to be the forerunner, get on board, whatever changes you want to make. If we're the guinea pig to figure out all the tweaks, fine, we'll be there. We'll do that. So,
Other questions?
I don't think you're the forerunner, okay? I'm not convinced that everyone else in the state was sending the answers with the test. I look at it, you were behind, and you're trying to get on the even field with everybody else, okay?
so you're 70% that you're legal. You don't believe that?
Keep going over that.
If the statute is silent on it, we cannot make that decision. Okay, that may be
This
something
thing keeps
legislatively that has to occur. If you're grading the test, and that's what the statute calls for, the quizzes, that's all we can ask.
Okay, what, and I just need, well, maybe you can't tell me, but because in the past we've graded as a pass. They turned it in, they attempted it, they got the pass. That's how it's been done. That's what I inherited. I've only been working as the manager of this company since September. Okay, Dick Clemmer passed in February. So I don't have the history or the answers to give you. Dick Clemmer is no longer live. I wish he was here so he could give you the history. I don't have it.
I got it. Mr. Diaz.
Well, I think my question's for Mr. Rawson, just in a general sense.
Yes,
So when a student takes a D&D course and they pass and they get their certificate of completion, does that come to us? And how is that verified?
If it's
before they get credit.
right, for an elective course, it has to be entered in our roster system electronically. Then we get it here, and then we send it to IT. It's uploaded to their licensing file. And if it's a pre-licensed course, well, then we get the certificate there. That's it's part of the licensing process.
So is it that the school, for lack of a better term, the school or the instructor is certifying that these students have taken the course and have passed the course and have earned credit?
That's correct.
So
it goes back to the instructor who works for the provider.
Yeah, and we only get that information from providers that are approved and have an approved course. A lot of times, like if a licensee is about to expire, they'll try to send us everything, but we only get it from the provider.
Thank you.
Here is a course completion report of another school.
Ms. Easterly.
They don't grade it.
Ms. Easterly.
You can have a copy.
We're concerned about your two courses at the moment.
Okay, I'm just telling
Ms.
you we're not
Matlock.
by ourselves.
Ms. Matlock, so Ms. Easterling's sworn testimony is that D&D School has removed all their answer keys from those two courses, and that they grade and return each quiz of those people who are taking those P&P classes. That's her testimony, correct, Ms. Easterling?
Yes.
Is it your recommendation, Ms. Matlock, based on her testimony, that we reinstate these courses permanently?
I recommend that you reinstate these courses.
Not permanently,
It-
but
I-
just
you
Well,
can,
through the period of
yes,
through
for the time
two-year
being.
period.
If another issue were to arise, then we can bring it up again.
Is there a motion to that effect?
Motion to approve.
Motion by Ms. Hills. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Mr. Diaz. Now, that's the motion on the floor. Is there discussion on the motion? If not, are you prepared to vote? Ms. Taylor?
I just want to make sure, and this goes for all courses, and I'm not picking it, that we as a Tennessee Real Estate Commission are doing our due diligence to make sure that everyone's courses are done correctly. I'm just
Saying that it's looked at or whatever.
Looked at, that they're being, yes, that we're doing our due diligence to make sure that anybody that's giving a course is doing it in a correct manner.
I'd
With
just like to-
grading and whatever.
And they are, Commissioner. But I just would like to add that since the scrutiny that we've had over this, then it has enlarged our scrutiny and horizons a little bit as to what we do and what we look for.
because someone approved this course. I mean, we approved this course not knowing that there were answers given, and that should never happen again.
Well, and I would say that, one, Ross is looking at the courses when they come in, but through this, we are also looking to make some changes in the future. And the roundtable is sort of our start with that.
And so when they give you their syllabus, are they required to give, just make sure there are no questions, no answers to the questions at the bottom, at the back of those syllabuses.
Right, that's the first thing. Second thing is that they're going to be required to show me their quizzes or their, what questions they'll be having, and or final exam if it's over 8 hours.
That's really the only issue, I think, at this point. So,
Jeff.
Ross, are these, I just want to understand the scope, are the scrutiny the increased scrutiny you're talking about is for final tests, for checkout exams that are going to be for credit? And we're not talking about practice exams or study guides or anything like that?
No, actually, all these courses that are submitted to me are for credit.
But making sure you understand what he said.
I didn't understand that.
The only test that we're concerned about is, and like if it's a pen and paper class, the only test we care about is the final one that they have to pass. That's in the statute that says it has to be given. We don't care about practice things after each chapter and stuff like that. That doesn't matter. We're only concerned about the final test.
Correct, but the final test under that statute are those that are over 8 hours, I believe.
But one part of the statute said if if it contains at least 6 written exercises which are to be submitted periodically to the instructor, graded, and returned to the student.
Anything
That's
that's graded,
6, too.
anything that they're grading, that's what we want to make sure they're not getting the answers to.
Correct.
If there's other tests that are given just in the course of learning and stuff, that's fine. If their
Study
answers
tests.
aren't, yes, study tests in the back of the book. We're just talking about the ones that are really mattering. That's the ones we don't want. But also, let me defend Ross too.
Yeah.
I'm not convinced that when a school would do this, that they would say, and oh, by the way, Ross, we're sending everybody the answers, and here's the answers. What they could submit to Ross and what happens in real life don't have to be the same thing. I mean,
The
it should
answers
be.
were in the 2019-20 core that we submitted for approval. It was approved. And all the third-party booklets that are pre-printed, they are submitted in their entirety, and they do have the answers in the back, and these have always been approved.
I was talking to Mr.
attended
White.
I'm sorry, but that is pertinent to this discussion.
In a Rello, just for information, and the other people that attended the Rello meeting, the providers, and Ross, you can probably name some of the providers, that Mark was one, different ones. Each one that I met, I asked if the answers were given, and I did not meet anyone
I did too.
who claimed to provide printed materials and things that provided answers.
And I've been a realtor for 33 years and taken all kinds of classes every way you can take them. And when one of my realtors said, if you need the ethics in December, go to D&D, they have the answers in it. That's the first time I'd ever heard any school being accused of that. So that's why we're here now, is because of that. So I think we're all good and on the same page here now, and ready to move forward.
Okay, the other comments. I'm going to restate the motion and paraphrase it. The motion, if it is passed, will reinstate D&D School of Real Estate courses 1 to the 2019-2020 core course with a course number of 13,100 and an Ethics and Agency Relationships Today course with a course number of 8317. That's the motion on the floor. Further discussion. Let's vote. Those in favor of that motion vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
I'm going to abstain.
The motion passes on a 6-aye, 1 abstention. Mr. Wood abstains. All right. You're back in business, although I think you already were. Good luck. All right, guys, let's take a 10-minute break. And then we'll get to legal. I know you guys are billing this on a per-hour basis, but
Lee Brown's office that it should have been a 3-hour course. And yes, she confirmed with me that, well, this is Jessica Snyder, the the education director with Chattanooga. And she said, yes, there was 3 hours meant to be, and everyone were in their seats for 3 hours.
okay. So let's go back and that course. So, do we want to approve that course retroactively for 3 hours of credit? Is that your recommendation?
That's my recommendation.
Is there a motion? Mr. Wood makes a motion. Is there a
A second.
Second by Mr. Diaz. Ms. Taylor.
Was that the only class that was given
Yes, ma'am.
on before we're going to make this change? I mean, was that the only one that?
You only taught it
Yeah.
once.
Right. Okay.
Yes.
Good. Okay. That.
And so what we're voting on is that where they've been given 2 hours, we're now going to give them the additional hour so that they'll get 3 hours for that class. Is that
Yes,
correct?
Commissioner.
Okay.
You've heard the motion. It applies to one class only, taught in Chattanooga. If you're in favor of the motion to give 3 hours of credit retroactively instead of the previously approved 2 hours, you'll vote aye. Those in favor of the motion vote aye.
Wasn't it that it would go on and then become a 3-hour class after that too, or was that
That
part
was
of
a
the motion?
separate thing that we
Okay.
approved.
That was separate.
Well, I don't know if we've approved that yet or not.
Oh, I thought we did.
Have we approved Steve McDonald's request to approve future classes for 3 hours? Or is that next month's agenda?
Well, essentially, this would clear up that issue that it would become a 3-hour course going forward, and these people would be allowed to resubmit their roster for 3.
Everybody understand? Okay, let's vote. If you're in favor of that motion, vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The motion passes unanimously. All right, Ms. Matlock, I have one quick question for you. It's at some point, we've got a report from Mr. Diaz. When do you
Yes.
When do you expect to do that?
At the conclusion of the legal report.
Perfect. Let's start then on the legal report. If you guys will find your consent agenda. Ms. Bridges and Mr. McCarthy are here. Ms. Bridges, you're up first. Every time it's you first. Why is that?
Girls first.
Oh, I thought it should be.
If you really want, we can have Mr. McCarthy go first.
Oh, I really want you to go first.
I really want to, too.
If you'll read into the record the cases you're going to recommend be approved without discussion.
Number 1 is 2018-062881. Number 2 is 2018-077501. Number 3 is 2018-078451. Number 4 is 2018-078461. Number 5 is 2018-079521. Number 6 is 2018-079741. Number 7 is 2018-083191. Number 8 is 2018-080681. Number 9 is 2018-081211. Number 10 is 2018-082301. Number 11 is 2018-082511. Number 12 is 2018-083041. Number 13 is 2018-083881. Number 14 is 2018-083661. Number 15 is 2018-080461. Number 16 is 2018-081621. Number 17 is 2018-082601. Number 18 is 2018-082891. Number 19 is 2018-083431. Number 20 is 2018-084781. Number 21 is 2018-091221. Number 22 is 2018-091711. 23 is 2019-008831. 24 is 2019-010711. 25 is 2019-011931. 26 is 2019-020021. Number 27 is 2019-018131. 28 is 2019-023231. 29 is 2018-087591. 30 is 2018-089091. And that is all from me.
All right, Commissioners, the recommendation of legal is those cases be dismissed. Would any commissioner like to pull a case or two or three out?
I'd like to pull out number 4 and 5.
Okay. Other commissioners?
11.
Number 11. Ms. Hills, you have a general question related to timeshares.
Before pulling out any numbers, I just have a question of something that I noticed with the cases, because it gives a date that the timeshare is licensed. And for example, in the whole consent order, there were 18, 19, 20 timeshares in both yours and 10 were from one company, it appears, and the only reason I can tell is the timeshare was licensed. 8 was from another one. Is that did someone just jump on some timeshare company, or are there so few timeshare companies in the area where we have timeshares? I just thought it was odd.
It was actually, if I remember correctly, there were a number of different timeshares involved. I'm not sure if the ones that you're talking about were all. I'd have to look at the complaint numbers to tell you if they were all against the same respondent.
The ones I broke it out.
But there's typically, I would say that the repeat players that we see, there's about 4 of them.
Okay,
the more major
that's my
ones.
general question. That's a.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but there's a couple things as well. Consumer Affairs and TREC are now, their complaints are being processed by the same division. So before, when maybe they were just sent to Consumer Affairs and we didn't see them, we now are seeing them. because they're being opened with consumer affairs and they're being open. That's one reason for an increase. And then, when we were at Arillo last week, a big topic of conversation in the timeshare breakout was all the get out of your timeshare company as well. So I think that could be another reason that we're seeing.
Great, thank you.
Pick up on that. There were 50 complaints and 29 were for timeshares.
What can be done?
Well, I mean, timeshares under the statute are regulated by the commission. The legal team, we're working on trying to find ways that we might be able to better educate ourselves. When it comes to timeshares, we're looking for continuing education opportunities. There aren't many out there, but I'm still looking. Hopefully I'll be able to find one. We're just trying to educate ourselves as best as we can. I actually sent out one of these cases for an investigation. It's not on the agenda today, but a previous matter, to see if we could get anything at all. And unfortunately, that particular investigation did not turn up any helpful pieces of evidence. I don't think that all of these people that have the exact same complaint are crazy and making it up. I think that there's something going on, but the reality of it is the situation is it puts us in a difficult position. A lot of times the complainants will say they had us go to this sales pitch. It lasted for 5 hours and all this other stuff. But they didn't write anything down. They didn't get copies of anything. And I don't know if that's because the timeshare salesperson is putting restrictions on them. I think maybe it is. But at the end of the day, we have complainants who can't give us anything, and timeshares who have all of the contracts signed, all of the disclosures signed. And it unfortunately really limits what we can do from a legal perspective. But we are trying to find ways to educate ourselves more and find some other routes that can be taken.
Maybe that they hear one thing, but they don't read what they've signed, and maybe doesn't match. I don't know. Thank you. That helps.
They have their own group, like we have Arillo. It's called ARDA, ARDA. You might be able to get some sort of help from attorneys that are involved with ARDA. It might just be a suggestion.
All right, let's see if I can get a motion to approve cases 1 through 30 with the exception of cases 4, 5, and 11.
So moved.
Motion by Ms. Frank, second by Mr. Wood. That these these cases be dismissed per council's recommendation. Let's vote. Those in favor of that motion vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The motion passes unanimously. Ms. Franks, number 4.
Number 4, on the second to the last paragraph on page 4 at the top says, respondent states that an informal move-out inspection was done, but a report was never prepared. And they said they didn't try to hide it, but to me, they had, in their lease, it said that they would provide that, and they're on record as saying they didn't provide it. So I'm wondering on that one, why would we dismiss it when the licensee didn't do all that they said they would do in their lease?
Well, that provision also said that it would be done for each tenant upon request. I read that to mean it would be an agreement between the tenant and the landlord. Now, I did write that it was in the property management agreement. I'd have to double check to see was it in the management agreement or the lease, but I wrote management agreement, so it's probably in there. But it said for each tenant upon request. I didn't see anything that indicated that a specific request was made, only that they wanted the move-out report after the fact. So that's why I didn't really give a whole lot of weight to that particular issue.
But did they get the report? Did they give them the report?
No, they didn't write down a report as they were doing the inspection. Now, ultimately, they did summarize what they observed, wrote it down, and gave it to the complainant, but it was not an official move-out report.
So if I am the if I'm the person who owns this property, and I've signed with a management company, I mean, you would, it's pretty common that you have a move-in report and a move-out report. I just think that it was bad judgment that they had it and they didn't even give it to the owner. So that was confusing to me. Why would they not?
Well, they didn't have it initially. They went in and looked around. They didn't write anything down, and then it was.
But so stop right there. So why didn't they?
I don't know why they didn't write anything down, but
So
the
that's
agreement
kind of derelict.
stated for each tenant upon request. Now, I don't know that a tenant requested it. I don't know if the complainant requested it. I didn't see any indication that a move-out inspection was requested, but they did do one. They didn't write anything down after the fact. They put their findings or their observations in writing.
So
and
you don't
delivered it.
have a copy of the management agreement?
No, I think I do. Again,
Because
I
it
wrote
should
down
say it
it's-
in there. And if it's in there, then we need to hold them responsible for it. If it's not, then we can't.
I agree. I just keep coming back to those words for each tenant upon request, and nobody said they ever requested this. It was only after the fact they requested a copy of any move-out inspection that was done, and there wasn't a report. So
I pick up on the first page on the about 4 lines in, it says respondent still refuses to provide complainant with copies of the move-in, move-out inspection reports.
that is what complainant alleged, and the response again was, we didn't write a report at the time, but we'll write this down and give it to you. But they said numerous times, we never made a report, and we didn't try and hide that from them. So they keep asking for it. They're not going to get one, and that's why eventually they just wrote something down and gave it to them.
Elsie, the more you talk about this, the more I like what Marcia's saying. I mean, they've not been cooperative. The respondent has not been cooperative with the tenant, correct?
That wasn't my observation of the file. I mean, they can't produce something that doesn't exist.
But they were supposed to.
If there had been a request, but the complainant never said, I requested them to do this move-out inspection, and then they did one, and now they refuse to give me the findings
So I
of
need
it.
you to look at that agreement and see, is it in there or not?
That language, that quoted language is going to be either in there or in the lease. The only question I have to answer now is, was that in the lease or the agreement? But let me see if I can find it. I think it was in the property management
The lease is an
agreement.
agreement between the two parties, and so if they had agreed to do the entry and exit, then they should have done it, whether they were asked for it or not. And the whole reason for that is to know what the damages are. Anna, where would we be looking in the Red Book for that? Guidance on, or if someone's derelict in their duties.
Like duties to owed to 403 and 404.
404. It's what?
6213, 403 and 404.
It's in the property management agreement under a section entitled Agent Services. It says, quote, agent will provide tenant with move-in checklist and maintain a completed copy in the tenant's file. Provide, and then next, provide move-in and move-out inspection for each tenant upon request.
Okay, so the first line you read said they were supposed to do it.
a move-in checklist to be maintained in the tenant's file.
Okay, and is it there? Do you have that?
The move-in checklist, I believe that was provided, that was not mentioned by the complainant. It was only the move out. And there just wasn't anything to me that, I didn't see a move-out inspection request from anybody, but there was one.
But the question is it in the agreement, the lease, that they will provide a move-in and a move-out?
In the lease, I'm not sure, but in the property management agreement with the complainant, it says for each tenant upon request.
No. Does it say that they will have a move-in and a move-out? Upon request. The first line she read didn't say upon request.
That was the move-in part.
So it just move-in is the only part that's not upon request?
Yes, that's the way it's written.
Okay. Okay.
Yes.
All right, Ms. Franks, you prepared to make a motion? Or do you want to let somebody else do it?
I make a motion that we I don't even accept council's recommendation. It was to dismiss, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, motion by Ms. Franks, second by Mr. Diaz, that council's recommendation be adopted and case number 5 be dismissed.
Number 4.
I'm sorry, we're going to 5. My fault. Number 4. Let's vote. Those in favor of the motion vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. That motion passes unanimously. Number 5, Ms. Franks.
And number 5 was connected to number 4, and so I will ask that we accept council's recommendation to dismiss number 5.
Second.
Ms. Franks makes a motion. Ms. Hill seconds that number 5 be dismissed. Let's vote. Those in favor of that motion vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The motion passes unanimously. Bobby, number 11.
Number 11, I think, was the claimant said it was an unlicensed person that was doing things. Then they're saying that that person that they filed a complaint against works for a licensed brokerage, and because of that, they're exempt.
Yes, that is one of the exemptions under Section 104. A person who's acting as a resident manager at an apartment complex, as long as they are not, marketing or negotiating leases or security deposits, they do not have to be a licensed broker as long as they're working for either a licensed firm or a licensed broker or the owner. And in this case, I confirmed that this person's employer is a licensed real estate firm that is the property manager of the apartment complex.
So what is this person doing? The claim was they're negotiating leases, but you're saying they were not doing that.
Well, the claim, it was very nonspecific. The claim was just that this person is a property manager and they're not licensed.
Gotcha.
If there was any evidence that they were negotiating leases or security deposits, that would mean they have to be licensed. I only threw those in there to sort of distinguish why they don't have to be licensed.
Okay. I'm moved to accept council's recommendation to dismiss.
Second.
All right, you've heard the motion made by Mr. Wood, seconded by Mr. Diaz, that council's recommendation be adopted and case 11 be dismissed. Let's vote. Those in favor of the motion vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Kelsey. Keith, would you read in the record the cases you recommend be dismissed? Good morning.
2018-076-751. Case 32. 2018-07-7421. 33. 2018-07-7481. 34. 7-8561. Case 35, 2018-07-9141. Case 36 is 2018-07-9301. Case 37 is 2018-07-9341. Case 38 is 2018-07-6731. Case 39 is 2018-08-1251. Case 40 is 2018-08-2171. Case 41 is 2018-08-8501. Case 42 is 2018-09-1811. Case 43 is 2019-006961. Case 44 is 2019-007521. Case 45 is 2019-011261. Case 46 is 2019-013821. Case 47 is 2019-016861. Case 48 is 2019-0180. 9 is 2019-020101. And case 50 is 2019-022821.
Each case, your recommendation is to dismiss.
Yes.
All right, Commissioners, any of those cases you like pulled out? If not, is there a motion to accept council's recommendation?
To accept council's recommendation.
Second.
All right, the motion made by Ms. Taylor and seconded by Ms. Franks. If passed, we'll accept council's recommendation and dismiss cases 31 through 50. Let's vote. Those in favor of that motion vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The motion passes unanimously. That takes care of the consent agenda. We're going to take about 10 more minutes, do an item or two on the legal report, and we'll take a break for lunch. Okay? Ms. Bridges?
Required that they read the numbers into the record?
Unless you'd rather us read the entire complaint summary.
One time we used to do that until we got.
Well, I was just wondering if there's a way that we can consider it as read and just have it entered into the minutes.
Well, I'll defer to legal, but if you look at the minutes, it'll show the case number and the disposition of each case number. So if somebody wanted to refer back to the tape, they could look at it at that point.
Anna says no.
All right, there you have it.
Okay. Very good. Just trying to save you all a little bit of time. Sorry.
Well, thank you, Commissioner Diaz.
And you're not going to believe this, but this is the short version, Jeff. This is the short version.
Okay, so we're going to start
just a
with
minute.
the...
I want Jeff to hear this. Bobby?
I was going to say, what we're doing right now, this is the short version. It has changed a lot in the last 3 years.
Okay.
I mean, and just like in the last in the well, we didn't at first have a consent agenda.
That's only been in the last year.
I mean, we didn't have that, and then also another thing that we shorted in the summary, the attorneys would go through, and like on the timeshares, they'd go through the full explanation, and then you get down to the last paragraph, and it says this is outside the time of, and so you see now the paragraphs on those, there's real small, and we can move through them. So this is the short version.
When I first came 6 years ago, they read every word of every complaint.
Yeah.
Every word.
Yeah.
There were always two-day meetings.
Yeah, it was always two-day meetings.
All right.
Line up more.
All right, Kelsey, let's go with number one.
Okay, number one is 2018-074951. Complainant, a renter, alleges respondent failed to honor the terms of their rental agreement. Respondent is a corporation apparently engaged in rentals and property management. After multiple failed attempts to deliver the complaint to respondent at their purported business address, delivery was finally achieved at respondent's registered agent's address, as reported to the Secretary of State. No response was received. Counsel is unable to make a recommendation with regard to complainant's specific allegations. However, it appears that respondent is engaged in unlicensed activity. Counsel recommends the Commission authorize a civil penalty. My recommendation was for a penalty of $1,000.
Move to accept council's recommendation.
Second.
All right, motion is to accept council's recommendation made by Ms. Frank, seconded by Ms. Taylor. If you're in favor of the motion, vote aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. That motion passes unanimously. And just as a quick tutorial, so you guys will send a letter of some sort to this person or entity and say, you owe us $1,000. Or if you sign this, you owe us $1,000. Let's say they're not likely to do that. Let's just say. What's the next step after that?
We would send out an investigator to, well, most likely, I see the difficulty being actually reaching the respondent since they're not answering anything. If they don't claim the mail, we send out an investigator to do personal service. If they do claim it and we get a signed green card and they don't accept the consent order, then I would file a notice of hearing and charges. And in that case, it would actually be in front of an administrative law judge alone. I don't believe you all are required to be there for unlicensed. And we would set the hearing date, and if I could get service of process effectuated, then we would move forward regardless of if they showed up or not. But the difficulty is going to be getting that service of process when they're not answering anything.
I guess my question is, does eventually, if you've done everything correctly, does it eventually get to a collection agency?
Eventually, it takes a long time, though.
How long does that take?
Oh, it would take at least a few months of our attempts at reaching them. It would take a judgment, and then it would take at least a couple more months of more attempts at trying to get the judgment delivered to them. And I don't think it gets referred over to collections at least for 12 months, is my guess, but probably longer.
Okay. Did we vote?
We did, and it passed.
Okay, we vote. Okay, let's
Yes,
go to number 2.
I don't know.
Number 2.
Okay, number 2. 2018-078241. Complainant is an out-of-state investor and respondent was complainant's agent. Complainant entered into a contract to purchase a rental property in Tennessee. The majority of complainant's allegations pertain more towards the management of the rental. However, complainant alleges that they hired the company based upon respondent's recommendation and that the company is owned by respondent's fiancé. It appears that this was verbally disclosed to complainant but never confirmed in writing. Respondent states that they made multiple informal service provider recommendations to complainant, always with the caveat that they should do their own research and select whoever was right for them. Respondent states that they verbally disclosed that their fiancé owns the management company ultimately hired by complainant, but they did not execute a personal interest disclosure form because they made the recommendation at complainant's request well after the transaction had closed. Respondent adds that they have no referral fee or other similar type of arrangement with the management company. Counsel notes that complainant never alleged that respondent failed to disclose their relationship with the property manager, and again that the complaint really pertains more towards complainant's dissatisfaction with the property management and the fact that respondent recommended a service that complainant was completely dissatisfied with. Tennessee Code Annotated 62-13-403 provides that a licensee may not engage in self-dealing or act on behalf of an immediate family member or any other person with which the licensee has a personal interest without prior disclosure confirmed in writing. Based upon the timing of the recommendation, counsel believes respondent's actions fall just short of violating this provision. For this reason, counsel recommends a letter of instruction.
Why would you not recommend just dismiss it then?
Because I think that anytime you're going to, as a broker, as an agent, anytime you're recommending the services of a company that your fiance or your spouse or your family member works at, there should probably, I think the safest thing to do is to get that disclosure in writing. If this had occurred before the transaction had closed, this would be a clear violation. I think because of the timing, this broker just skirted by, but I think they should be put on notice.
So you think it should be in writing?
I think that's the safest thing to do for any agent, but I don't think in this specific fact scenario that they had to get it in writing.
Move to accept counsel's recommendation for a letter of warning. Instruction, excuse me.
Second.
All right, you've heard the motion, seconded by Ms. Taylor after the motion was made by Ms. Franks. Let's vote. Those in favor?
Can I just say this?
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm just concerned because I think as a real estate agent, we give a lot of recommendations, and a lot of them are after the transaction. And I just think this goes down a slippery slope. I just...
You think there shouldn't be a letter?
No. I just think dismiss it is kind of my thinking. I mean, because they really didn't have the problem with the agent. The problem was he didn't like the service that got recommended, and that's where his problem was.
Does a letter of instruction go in their permanent record?
It is kept in their file. It is not considered, I don't believe it's considered if there's future disciplinary action.
So it will not go in the disciplinary action report. Letter of instruction is considered private discipline.
But Bobby, I see your point. My brother and sister-in-law are real estate closing agents, attorneys, and I always say this is my brother-in-law, but I want to give you 2 more names. These other 2 names are good too, but I don't write it down.
They have the same issue. I got a sister in the insurance business, and people will say, "Hey, I need to get some car insurance," and I say, "Well, who would you recommend?" I say, "Well, it's my sister, but I don't have a choice. I have to use her." And then they make a decision if they want to use her or not.
Well, and this is where your expertise is really, I think, the important thing to consider here. This is not. I'm not an agent. I'm not making these sorts of recommendations. If this is something that happens all the time, and the commission doesn't view it as possible violation, then I'd be happy to accept the commission's decision to dismiss. I definitely wouldn't recommend anything beyond a letter of instruction.
All right, I'm going to take my motion back.
Well, and I think the purpose of the disclosure in disclosing business relationships or anything like that is if the agent is receiving compensation for those referrals. If it's just, like Bobby says, it's my sister selling insurance, but she's not giving me any money, I don't think there's an issue there in terms of having to disclose. So I think dismissal is probably.
Okay, so Ms. Franks has withdrawn her motion. Ms. Taylor, are you okay with her?
No, I'm fine.
You're okay. So the floor, motion by Mr. McMullen, seconded by Mr. Diaz, that this complaint be dismissed. Further discussion? Those in favor of the motion vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed vote no.
Thanks, Bobby.
That motion passes unanimously. It's the chair's opinion that we should break for lunch at this point and come back at about 10 till 1. Does anybody want to object to that? All right, see you at 10 till 1. Austin, what was that place? All right, we're back in session. Ms. Franks, if you'll take over during this legal report.
All right, Ms. Bridges, we were on number 3.
All right. Number 3 is 2018-081671. Complainant is anonymous, but their complaint indicates that they are a licensee. Respondent is a licensed affiliate broker. Complainant alleges respondent posted another broker's listing to respondent's Facebook page and held it out as their own. Complainant provided a screenshot of the advertisement in question. It provides a description of the property, picture of the home, and states to call respondent for a personal tour. Respondent states that they have a mutual agreement with the actual listing agent to share each other's listings. Respondent provided a statement from the listing agent in which they say that the post helped gain some interest for the property and that they were not harmed in any way, and that they find this to be a common practice amongst agents. Tennessee Comprehensive Rules and Regulations 1260.02-.123E states that no licensee shall advertise the property listed by another licensee without written authorization from the property owner. Written authorization must be evidenced by a statement on the listing agreement or any other written statement signed by the owner. Regardless of whether respondent has a listing agent's permission to market the property, it does not appear that they received written authorization from the property owner. Council recommends the Commission authorize a civil penalty for the violation of Rule 1260.02-.123E. There is no minimum or maximum amount for such a violation. Based upon previous Commission authorizations and respondent's lack of disciplinary history, Council recommends a civil penalty of no more than $500.
Motion to accept Council's recommendation.
Second?
Second.
Okay. Discussion?
To me, this is one of those rules that, someday I would love, or I guess it's a statute, but I would love for us to look at, because I think when this was written, we didn't have all the things we have right now, and like for instance, I've said for years, if we look at all of our websites, we will have everybody else's listings in our area on our websites. But we don't have to get the seller's permission. We do that through an IDX agreement at our MLS. And this almost is kind of somewhat a continuation of this. Or really and truly, if you ask permission, you should ask permission of the agent, not the seller. Maybe the listing agent, not the seller.
And your point's well taken, because licensees don't versus realtors that use MLS have that in there with that agreement already built in, where licensees don't.
But my thought is, it's still a law. It's still something we got to deal with, and that's why I was just wondering. It's $500 a lot. Maybe should it be $250? But either which way, I know it's still a law. But someday we'll look at that. So,
does the form
Tennessee Realtors listing agreement authorize the licensee to advertise on, kind of give them broad discretion to advertise wherever?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, you're basically turning as a seller. You're saying, here, agent, you're my listing agent. You're in charge of marketing, but the state statute says you're in charge of it, but you still got to get my permission. Which I
don't know that the rule though requires specific authorization that you can list on John Doe's Facebook page as well. I mean, if it just gives kind of broad discretion to advertise, that's probably good enough. But apparently they did not provide us with a copy of their agreement with their client that gave them that authority.
And it's something that should be discussed too as you're getting a listing, to say not only will this be on, I mean, to me it's a selling point, not only just on mine, but lots of companies have the IDX and it will be advertised on other.
Sure.
It may be appropriate if the commission isn't sure just how much you all like this rule. It may be appropriate to just do a letter of warning rather than a penalty.
But then,
And the
my
law is the
opinion,
law.
Yeah, that's
laws-
that's why I was thinking something.
Move the previous question.
So, okay, there's a motion.
Sorry, Chairman.
I can ask my question after we vote.
Okay, so are we ready to vote? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
Abstain.
Motion carries 5 yeses, 1 no, and 1 abstention by Ms. Taylor.
Well, can I ask, Kelsey, this is not statutorial we're talking about. These are our rules.
This is a rule.
And what I find interesting is that you indicate there's no cap. I mean, we could make it 5,000 or 50,000.
Technically, you could. I would not advise that, but
I
you
got
could.
it. But I thought most of our rules had a cap associated with them.
The rules actually don't have a cap.
None of them.
The violations enumerated under Section 312, those all do have a range. But if you look at the schedule, it does say any rule or order entered by the commission. A violation of either of those has no minimum or maximum.
So if we found an advertising violation especially egregious, we don't have to cap it at 1,000.
No.
Thank you. That's enough. I just want to make sure.
The law and the rules. are
Generally,
both-
generally, no. It really depends.
Yeah, you answered the question.
Look at these attorneys hedging around that. Look at that.
Why don't we talk about it when one of those violations comes up?
No. I just want to be prepared when one of them does show up.
So is unlicensed
Proactive
activity a
non-reactive.
statute, or is
Yes.
that okay?
It's a statute.
Okay, let's move on to number 4.
Okay. Number 4, 2018-082-141. Complainant is a real estate investor and managing member of an investment firm, LLC. Respondent is a principal broker. However, this complaint pertains to respondent's actions as a renter and former tenant of a property now owned by complainant's investment firm. Complainant raises serious allegations against respondent, including fraud and misrepresentation, and claims that respondent used their knowledge and experience as a real estate agent in furtherance of their scheme. Essentially, complainant claims that respondent forged multiple lease documents and knowingly provided false information and doctored bank statements to make it appear that they were current on their lease when complainant's company assumed ownership of the property. Respondent's answer to the complaint points out that this complaint is the same subject matter of a civil lawsuit that has been in litigation since 2014 when the dispute first arose. Complainant argues that the statute of limitations is inapplicable because they did not discover some of the alleged violations until the case went into litigation, and further claims they only learned about some of the alleged violations within the past year. Counsel believes this matter is likely outside the statute of limitations. However, it may be more prudent to place this matter into litigation monitoring and allow the court to make a determination as to whether the claims have any merit, and later reevaluate with particular regard to whether complainant's present allegations are distinguishable from those raised in their civil court pleadings. And so my recommendation is litigation monitoring.
So move. Second.
All right, we have a motion by Mr. McMillan and a second by Mr. Wood. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Number 5.
Number 5 is 2018-082431. Complainant is the owner of a rental property and respondent is an affiliate broker with a licensed real estate and property management firm. Complainant alleges respondent specifically and the firm in general failed to adequately represent complainant's interests in the management of their property. Complainant notified respondent that they would terminate their management agreement after the current tenant's lease ended. Complainant claims that at the conclusion of the lease, respondent informed the tenants that they would receive their full security deposit back when there were multiple repairs that had to be completed, and states that respondent failed to provide complainant with a move-out inspection report and other documentation. A representative from the firm, but not respondent, conducted a move-out inspection at the end of the tenant's lease and found the property to be in an acceptable condition, save for 1 or 2 items which needed repair. Those items were photographed, documented in writing, and uploaded to the owner portal, made available online to complainant. Respondent notes that the owner portal provides complainant 24/7 access to all management agreements, lease documents, communications, maintenance requests, inspection reports, and all other transaction materials. Complainant also performed an inspection and determined more repairs were needed than just those that were identified by the firm. According to respondent, complainant wanted to withhold more than what they and their managing broker felt was equitable. So with complainant's written approval, they deducted some costs for repairs that would be handled by the firm and delivered the remainder of the deposit to complainant so that complainant could make the final determination as to what amount, if any, would be returned to the tenants. A representative for the firm, a quote tenant specialist, advised the tenants that the deposit was being handed over to complainant. Respondent never personally interacted with the tenants. Counsel questions the decision to turn over the deposit to complainant. It doesn't appear that doing so violated any landlord and tenant laws, but it could constitute a violation of Rule 1260.02-.09. That rule provides an escrow money disbursement is proper only upon a reasonable, it doesn't only say it's proper under this circumstance, but it may be proper upon a reasonable interpretation of the contract, which authorizes the possession and maintenance of the funds. It also makes clear that it is solely the principal broker's responsibility. Thus, counsel does not believe respondent should be faulted in this matter. Counsel recommends this matter be dismissed and that an administrative complaint be opened against the principal broker regarding the management of escrow and deposit funds. And again, that recommendation is dismissal and then opening a new complaint against the principal broker.
And we have a motion.
So I'd like to divide those two up. Separate the question, divide the question.
I agree.
Move to dismiss.
Oh, yeah, I've lost track
So
of that.
first we would have a vote on whether to dismiss, and then we'd have a vote on whether to open a complaint against the principal broker.
Okay. All right, we can divide those up. So is there?
Motion to dismiss.
I think you've got that motion already on the floor.
Diaz and Heels. Okay, all right, any discussion?
I don't think we ought to dismiss this complaint yet until we have the complaint against the principal broker and see what the principal broker's response is, and then we can deal with the whole thing at one time. Could be that we find out that maybe we ought not dismiss this one because of some additional information we get.
So you want to defer until that time?
Yeah, so I'm speaking against the dismissal at this time.
Do you want to change the motion, or you want to just speak against it?
I think if we just don't dismiss it, that's good enough for me.
So if we vote and the motion to dismiss fails, we'll be where Mr. McMullen wants to be.
Okay. Any other discussion?
But I'm trying. So I guess the person holding the money problem was they felt that it was okay to give money back to the tenant, but the owner of the property was saying no. I think it should be more, and so they end up giving the money to the owner and letting the owner deal with the tenant.
Right.
I'm just trying to figure out why that's a bad decision. I don't think that's a bad decision. That's why I'm thinking dismiss is the right way to go.
I think that it could possibly be okay that they gave the money back to the complainant or back to the property owner. I would really have to see what the property management agreement was. I think there's a real question as to who does own that money in the case of a security deposit. But because the funds weren't interpleaded, when there's clearly a dispute as to who is the rightful owner of those funds. That's why I thought, maybe we need to look into the principal broker.
Because it should have been signed by both parties.
Yeah, the decision
don't have
with
to.
what to do
No,
with the.
no. The broker can make a decision on what to do with the funds. If everybody were to agree on it, then it'd be a great idea to get it signed. But the broker can make the decision all by themselves. The only problem is if they make a decision, somebody may be unhappy with it, and then you end up with this right here.
But the decision by the broker has to be a reasonable interpretation of the contract. They can't just be like, I think this guy ought to get the money, if that isn't supported somehow within the document.
And you don't have the document?
No. I did. The reason I wanted to go ahead and present this one, and the reason I recommended dismissal, is because, like I mentioned in that second to last paragraph, there is an issue, perhaps, with these escrow deposit funds. But at the end of the day, an affiliate broker they shouldn't have a say on what happens with the escrow and deposit funds. That's the responsibility of the principal broker. So I don't really see any way that this respondent affiliate broker could be deemed responsible. But if there is an issue, then the person responsible would be the principal broker.
But so on the third paragraph, a representative from the firm, but not the respondent. So the respondent is who got it. This is with an affiliate broker. So it wasn't the broker that responded or the affiliate broker. It was
the owner.
The way that this management company, I got the sense that it's a pretty big management company. So they have some people that do all of the communication with the tenants, and then they have other people who deal with the leases and so on and so forth. This respondent was the person, I guess, in charge of the lease document, but they were not the point of contact with complainant.
I agree. I think I'd rather keep it open.
Okay.
Shall I change my motion?
Well, so a vote to a vote yes is a vote to dismiss it.
That's
Okay.
the first half.
The first half. That's all we're doing is the first half. We ready to vote? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? No. Okay, so that was 2 ayes. Okay, so that failed 2-5. Okay, do we want to have another motion?
Well, the second part of the motion is whether to open the complaint against the principal broker.
Okay.
So moved.
Okay.
That was the second half of the Diaz motion.
Okay. And it's, Ms. Hills, is that still your second? Okay. Any conversation on that point? All right.
I'm okay with it.
Okay. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
Okay, so that carries 6-1.
Okay, just so we're clear, the first part is still hanging out there. We didn't dismiss it, but we didn't take any action.
Right.
So I'd like to make a motion that we defer the council's recommendation regarding the affiliate until we have a response from the principal.
So that would be to bring them at the same time. They'd come back in front of us at the same time.
Basically,
Yeah,
yeah.
okay, I second that.
Okay. We have that motion by Mr. Crease and second by Mr. McMillan. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries 7-0. All right. Number 6.
Number 6 is 2018-084951. Complainant, a property seller, alleges respondent, a licensed affiliate broker, showed their property to a prospective buyer who caused damage to the home when they visited the upstairs attic or crawl space and inadvertently stepped through the floor, creating a hole in the ceiling above the master bedroom. Speaking to complainant, respondent denied any knowledge of the property damage and contacted their client to ask if they knew anything about it. The client denied causing any damage and, offended, dropped respondent as their agent. Later, respondent spoke with their managing broker, and according to complainant, they agreed to cover the repair costs. Complainant thereafter sent a receipt for the cost to respondent's firm, but respondent stated they would only pay half. Respondent did not submit an answer to the complaint. A certified mail receipt shows that notice of the complaint was delivered to respondent's firm as it was reported to the commission on December 20th, 2018. Council recommends the commission authorize a civil penalty for failure to comply with Tennessee Code Annotated 6213-313, which requires that licensees answer a complaint within 10 days, and that recommendation is for a $1,000 civil penalty.
So was there no recommendation as to the complaint?
No, if I don't have a response,
Okay.
I can't.
No, I think if they didn't respond, then we have to go with what's been given to us, and we have to believe the complainant.
That may be why they
That
didn't
is your call.
respond.
Is that I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Is that the maximum penalty, $1,000?
Yes, for failure to
for
respond.
failure to respond.
So you're saying
Well,
that we could do two things?
Well, okay.
The failure to
Let
respond
me try it
and
this
rule
way.
on it?
I'll make a motion here. My motion would be to have a $1,000 civil penalty for failure to respond, and also a $1,000 civil penalty for not exercising skill and care.
Second the motion.
Discussion?
I have a discussion. So when we listed our house, I remember my house, I laid down in bed one night after the first person had looked at it, and I had crushed sheetrock. I mean,
Did you file this complaint?
no, I did not. And of course, we didn't do it. I knew it had been shown. Someone walked in our walkout attic and stepped off at a place where there wasn't flooring, and that's what happened. I mean, so it happens.
It does.
It happens. I mean,
There was a $1,000 failure to respond and $1,000 for
Not exercising reasonable skill and
reasonable
care.
skill. Okay. All right.
Because I don't think somebody just steps in a ceiling
Means-
and you don't know about it.
Yeah.
I think somebody goes,
Where
"Oh
were you
crap!"
at?
I mean,
Yeah.
you hear about it.
The respondent apparently recognized they had some fault, but then would only pay half of the cost of repairing it. That shows some culpability to me, and I don't know why you would only pay half if you recognize that it was your client's fault.
okay.
And sometimes clients will say, we want to just walk through ourselves, and the licensee might not be right there with them.
In the attic with them.
But you have to turn off the lights as you leave and things like that. You would think you would walk through the house to make sure everything was in its rightful place and then lock it back up and notice holes in the ceiling. Okay? Any more discussion? All right, so the motion by Mr. Wooden, seconded by Mr. McMullen, is for a $1,000 failure to respond and $1,000 for reasonable skill and care. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed?
Oh.
All right, that passes 5-2 with Mr. Grease and Ms. Hills voting no. All right, number 7.
Okay, next, we're moving on to all my represents. So if it's all right with you all, I will just read the new information.
Will you move to the new information, please?
I thought you could only do one represent per attorney per month.
I mean, if you guys want me to leave, I can.
Where
You can do
is that
one.
written?
It may have been when you were out or something, went past that rule.
These are all fairly quick and easy, though. Okay, number 7, represent is 2018-004771. Council has attempted to deliver the Commission's proposed consent order and notice of charges on numerous occasions, most recently with the help of an investigator who was able to locate a possible but ultimately unconfirmed address for a respondent. There is reason to believe respondent may be presently incarcerated. After a background check, numerous failed USPS and FedEx deliveries, and 2 unsuccessful investigations, Council recommends this matter be closed and that respondent be flagged should they ever apply for some form of licensure in the future. And that recommendation is close and flag.
Move to accept.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Diaz and a second by Ms. Hills. Any discussion?
This goes to the chairman's question earlier, I think, about what do we do on these unlicensed activities orders, right? This one, we're just closing it because we can't find them.
I wouldn't
guess.
say we're just closing it. It has been a very long time. We have made significant efforts. We've sent out 2 individuals to personally deliver these documents to respondent. Respondent even has they have an attorney in the criminal matter. We reached out to them. They would not take service of process on the client's behalf. We've exhausted a lot of resources trying to track this person down, and every attempt has failed.
So were they served with the original complaint?
Yes.
So do we have to keep serving them with stuff in order for it to be due process? Or if they got served with the complaint to begin with, is that good enough?
To move forward with the notice of hearing and charges, they have to be served with the notice.
With the notice?
Yes.
So,
Okay.
Ms. Matlock, what are our other choices besides closing and flagging? What else can we do?
I don't know what else we could do since you've authorized a civil penalty amount. This wouldn't be appropriate for litigation monitoring. There's no litigation. We can't you could send out a letter of warning or instruction, but they're not our licensee, and if they're incarcerated, they're not likely to get it. So I think closing and flagging.
Close is our only alternative then.
Or if you want to keep trying to serve them, we could, but that's just more money that the commission would need to expend. It's up to your discretion, though.
So they still have the $3,000 civil penalty that they're still liable for, and will that be sent to collections, or does it have to go through a?
It can't be sent to collections because at this point in time, that $3,000 is just an offer of settlement. If we were able to serve them with a notice of hearing and charges, then we could have the hearing even if they didn't show up. We could move to proceed on a default. But if we can't serve them notice and we can't show the judge that they were given notice, we can't proceed with the hearing, which means we can't get a judgment, which means we can't send it to collections.
Can they be served in prison where they're incarcerated?
If we can, it depends. If we
You
can,
don't know for sure if they're incarcerated then.
Right. If we don't know if they're incarcerated, that would. But if they are and we can find them, usually you can serve an individual that's incarcerated via the warden or the sheriff's office, but that we don't know that for sure.
Is this not in the state of Tennessee, the incarceration?
It's the state of Tennessee. They have a record in 2 separate counties that we know of. There could be another. Yes.
Also, there's difficulty with the complainant in general as to their identity.
Mm-hmm.
They have several different
Monikers.
names.
Yes.
So maybe incarceration is what's needed here anyhow. So, all right. So
To continue their incarceration?
okay. So the motion is to close and flag. Any more discussion?
One more question. When we flag it, does it flag it for any license they may apply for in the state of Tennessee, or just this one?
It sounds like it would just be for real estate.
And I don't think we could flag them for other boards and commissions. That's a bit out of our
purview.
But I understand what you're trying to do.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Y'all ready to vote? All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Number 8.
All right, the next one is 2018-024391. New information. This matter was resolved with the court's dismissal of the remaining claim against respondent. Council recommends that this matter also be dismissed.
So move.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. McMullen and a second by Mr. Grease. Any discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Number 9.
Number 9, this matter was 2018-024411. This matter was resolved with the court's dismissal of the remaining claims against respondent and the above respondent affiliate broker. Council recommends that this matter also be dismissed.
So moved.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Mr. Diaz and a second by Ms. Hill. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Number 10.
Number 10, 2017-077511. The court awarded summary judgment in favor of respondent, finding there was no factual basis to support any claims that respondent violated the Broker License Act, amongst other pleadings submitted by complainant. Council recommends this matter be dismissed.
Second.
A motion by Mr. McMullen and a second by Mr. Wood. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Number 11.
Okay, last one, at least from me, 2017-077551. Likewise, in the same action, the court found there was no factual basis for complainant's claims against respondent and granted respondent an award of summary judgment. Council recommends this matter be dismissed.
Second.
We have a motion by Mr. McMullen and a second by Mr. Wood. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, Mr. McCarthy, number 12.
First case, number 12, 2018-074791. This is a complaint from a new home purchaser regarding a leaking roof and wet electrical sockets. The complainant had young children and was very concerned that the children could be electrocuted. This was a new home purchase, and there was a warranty for a year. And for at least a 6-month period, the respondent engaged in trying to make repairs. Numerous repairs to fix the leak were conducted. None of the repairs worked. Respondent did submit a response and admitted that he stopped communicating with the complainant. His justification for stopping communicating with the complainant is that he didn't have an answer of how to fix the roof. It also turns out that the contractor stopped communicating with the respondent. Ultimately, the problem was resolved, and the complainant submitted a rebuttal response that said, "Thanks for the update. I'm very thankful for you to solve this issue." Because of the responsiveness of the respondent, counsel is recommending that a letter of warning be issued for failing to diligently exercise reasonable skill and care in providing services to all parties to the transaction, and as well as for failing to disclose to each party to the transaction any adverse facts of which the licensee had actual notice of knowledge. And that one would be failure to communicate that the contractor stopped working on the home.
But this is all after the closing, right?
Yes, sir.
And what, did you have any kind of disclaimer from the realtor in the packet?
Disclaimers, and I'm specifically not calling the complainant's clients. That would be a separate statute. I'm recommending 403 on this because it's parties to the transaction.
Transaction's over.
To me, it looks like that there's a 1-year warranty, and the agent is not responsible for any of that.
Builder.
It's the builder's 1-year warranty, not the agent's.
I want to make a motion to dismiss. See where that goes.
Okay, we have a motion
I'll
to
second that.
dismiss by Mr. Wood, and a second by Mr. Diaz. And do we have conversation about it?
Was the builder is related to the real estate company? Are they one and the same?
I'm not aware of that, sir. It's my understanding the respondent represented both sides in the matter. And the proper way would be to send a letter, "Sorry, I'm not representing you anymore. I'm no longer your agent. This concluded."
I really think complainant should go to the builder. And maybe if they had a problem, that should really be to the contractor board. I mean, because really that's the person, the agent was just the intermediary, just passing the message along. And I'm sure the agent got caught. I'm just reading through the lines. I think the complainant probably tried calling the builder. The builder wasn't responding, so he got a hold of the agent. And then the agent was trying to be the referee, and then he wasn't getting anywhere, and he got tired of getting the phone calls. That's just me reading into this. So
The warranty is made by the builder. The
Not the
builder
agent.
is responsible.
And required by the state.
Right. That is not the agent's issue.
So, Mr. Wood, was your motion to dismiss?
Yes.
And Mr. Diaz was the second. Any other comments? Are you ready to vote?
Yes.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Number 13.
This case is more straightforward. Case number 2018-07-5321. This is an anonymous complaint from a licensee alleging that respondent's for sale sign is in violation of the advertising rules. Simply put, the firm name is slightly smaller in font than the team name. The font size is smaller. The rules require that all advertising shall be under the direct supervision of the principal broker and shall list the firm name and the firm telephone number, and the firm name must appear in letters the same size or larger. That didn't occur here. But what did happen is that for over 5 years, the broker approved of this advertising method. And in addition, the firm name is much longer than the name of the team. With those facts, counsel is recommending a letter of warning to the respondent, as well as a letter of warning to respondent's broker on the above rule.
I don't think the length of the name matters, though. I don't
Just
think
the
there's
font
anything in the
size.
statute, just font size.
That's correct, sir.
Okay.
And just because it was done approved 5 years ago, things have changed, and it's up to the principal broker and the affiliate both to make sure that those requirements are met. Are they not?
I agree with that. I agree with that.
In the last 5 years, we did change the wording. It used to be prominent or something, and we did in those five years.
I think in the
Tweak
last
that.
5 years, the rules have gotten more lenient, not more restrictive.
But we've also
So-
had so many seminars on these advertising changes too, so they
Especially team names.
Absolutely. They should both be aware.
Can we send a letter of warning to the principal broker when the complaint wasn't opened against the principal broker?
Open one, wouldn't we?
I think the complaint's just against the
Yes, sir.
affiliate
It's
broker.
not a formal derogatory action. It's simply a letter of warning against the broker. It's not a found violation.
I think we've got a system set up now, Caitlin, is it that where somebody files a complaint, maybe sends you a picture of a problem, and if there's a first-time problem, what is the civil penalty for that?
It's $500.
Okay.
And I believe through that we do, if we do find a violation, because all advertising must go through the principal broker, we can offer the agreed citation to them as well. This looks like one that I had sent out for a response based on not wanting to make the call.
I think if you were to do the $500 against the principal broker, we'd have to open a
Do it.
complaint against them and then issue the civil penalty.
Okay.
So you could close this one and then open a complaint against the PB and do the $500.
But we could also have the $500 against the agent who had the signs out that were wrong.
But the rules state that advertising is generally in the control of the principal broker, but I'm just giving advice.
But, okay.
So we don't
How about a
find
motion?
affiliates.
But the agent's done the wrong deed. The agent.
I was just giving
Okay.
Yeah, both should
different.
have the thing.
I'll make a motion. I'll make a motion that we have a $500 civil penalty for not complying with our advertising rules.
For the affiliate.
For the affiliate. That's who this is against.
And do you want to open a case
Hearing
against the
Second.
principal broker in that motion?
Should we open something against the broker?
I'm fine with that, too. Let me continue that, a part of my motion then. They will open a complaint against the broker.
And Ms. Hills, you seconded that?
Yes.
Okay, any discussion?
So, Mr. McCarthy, you're comfortable that there is a violation?
Yes, sir. I'm comfortable there's a violation. Strictly speaking, the rule is clear. It says font size. Many folks believe which is larger, which is smaller. In this situation, it is a close call. The font size is close, but the name of the brokerage is larger. But that does not comply with the rule. And that's why I made the recommendation I did. And if we want to take action against the broker, due process requires that we give them notice and opportunity to respond.
I don't think we ought to take action against the affiliate, but I think we ought to open a complaint against the principal. I'd be okay with the letter of warning to the affiliate, but I don't think we ought to do a monetary penalty against the affiliate. I think we ought to wait and possibly do that against the principal.
So you probably want to divide Mr. Wood's question.
Was it $500 against the affiliate and open against the principal? I'm okay on voting with it like that. I'll just vote no, though.
Any other discussion?
Don't tip your hand.
All those in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
No.
Who was the other no? Mr. Diaz. Okay. Motion carries 5-2. And we'll open a charge against the principal broker. All right, number 14.
Case number 2018-075771. This complainant was a prospective renter and alleges that the licensed agent failed to provide a receipt for an alleged cash rental application. The complainant states, "I have not received a receipt as of the filing of this complaint. There is no record to show that my credit was pulled, and I have not received anything from the respondent showing that $200 was used for any background check or credit report. Please advise as to my course of action." Now, the respondent submitted thorough documentation in response showing the credit report with the credit history, showing numerous late rental payments. However, the respondent's response did not address a $200 cash payment. The respondent said that a $200 check was declined because of the rental history. Rebuttal from the complainant states that his wife is a witness to the cash payment and that he also could get a bank statement showing that there was a $200 cash withdrawal. However, we don't have any evidence of that cash withdrawal. We have no statements from the spouse. Accordingly, counsel is recommending a letter of warning regarding Section 403, subsection 6, which states that a licensee must timely account for trust fund deposits and all other property received from any party to the transaction. There should have been at least a receipt for the check.
But apparently he did spend some of the money on credit check, didn't he? Or he wouldn't have had the credit report.
That's right. The credit check was done. That's right, sir.
Okay. I want to make the motion to dismiss.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Wood and second by Mr. McMullen. Any discussion?
I don't think that the licensee owed a duty to the applicant to account for the application fee. That wasn't the prospective tenant's money anymore. It was the property owner's money once it had been paid as an application fee. And so if the property owner said that the licensee ran off with my $200 and the licensee wouldn't account for it, then maybe we have a violation. But I don't see that the licensee owes a duty to the prospective tenant to account for an application fee that had been paid. That it wasn't a trust fund, and I don't think it was property that had to be accounted to this person.
Nor was there any proof. Anything else? Ready to vote? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously to dismiss. Number 15.
Number 2018-076361. The complainant alleges unlicensed real estate activity for selling two unidentified properties that were not owned by the respondent. Other properties were also conveyed between the parties, and a dispute has arisen regarding the transactions. Of importance, the complainant states, "One of the properties sold to me has been lost to foreclosure. Apparently, respondent was aware of the fact the property was encumbered with a mortgage at the time the property was acquired." The respondent is a property investment corporation which is owned by a retired broker who held a license for approximately 40 years. The license was retired in 2011. Ms. Maxwell had this matter investigated, and there's more than 40 pages of licensing records about the respondent. And all records indicate that it's a voluntary surrender of the license, and there's nothing to indicate that there was any undue actions that led to the surrender of that license. Now, the respondent submitted a response and admitted that he owned 8 of the properties sold and was in contract to purchase 2 others. The numbers for the amounts of property sold don't add up. The addresses of the properties don't add up. They don't match up. In addition, there is a licensee witness who was investigated, and that witness states that 6 of the properties were sold, but an additional 4 were to be purchased with the intent that respondent would sell them to the complainant. Now, that licensee witness states that one of the additional properties, and he gives an address, but it doesn't match up with anything else we have. He says that that property had a contract on it to be purchased by the respondent. In conclusion, the current evidence is not clear as to which property respondent did not own at the time of the purported sales. Accordingly, counsel is recommending a letter of warning for 2 potential violations of Tennessee Code annotated 62-13-301, or that the commission direct for additional investigation in this matter.
Well, the recommendation we have written down is dismiss. Is that not correct then?
No, ma'am, that is my recommendation, what I just stated.
You state it again then?
My recommendation is that you order additional investigation or a letter of warning to show that you're aware of what's going on, and not to simply dismiss it, because if you dismiss it, that could be used as evidence down the road if additional matters should come up.
So does it sound like this person is buying them?
Option.
And then selling them or advertising or doing something to sell them to somebody before he actually closes on them?
Yes, sir. It's exactly correct.
And so about how many of those do we think that happened on?
Our unbiased witness, who's a licensee, says 1 property. The respondent says 2, but those addresses don't match up with the rest of the evidence that we have. He says that the contracts were contingent.
On them being able to purchase the property?
Yes, ma'am.
Or were they going to assign the option?
What assigning options that I'm aware of in the file.
So this is a question of unlicensed activity?
Yes, sir. The respondent must own the property before he can act as a broker.
And he has.
But what about the exception or exemption in 104A 1F that says a corporation acting through an officer authorized to engage in a real estate transaction? The chapter doesn't apply to that person, where the transaction is incident to managing, selling, leasing real estate owned by the corporation. However, it doesn't apply to a person who does that for compensation if the amount of the compensation is dependent upon or directly related to the value of the real estate. So earlier it said corporation, but then I think we wouldn't know whether the exemption applies because we don't know if this person's compensation is based on the value of the real estate sold.
That could apply if the corporation owned the property, but here the whole issue is that allegedly they don't own it. They're trying to buy it so they can flip it and sell it, which would be incumbent to have a broker's license.
Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. So right now it's still owned by somebody else who, okay.
So you're saying for unlicensed activity, additional investigation and letter of warning?
I would say the letter of warning to show that the commission is aware of this alleged activity and that the commission will not simply dismiss it and give him a free pass. The alternative would be to investigate it further to pursue potential charges if the commission were so inclined.
Why can't you do both? Give him the letter of warning that you're
The letter of
continuing to
warning is
investigate
a final action, ma'am. The letter of warning would be a final action by this commission.
So do you think we could get cooperation to get additional information?
I moved to investigate.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to investigate by Mr. McMullen and seconded by Ms. Hills. Any discussion?
Hear from Anna.
I just like to interject and state that if we were to vote to investigate this matter, that means that, we have a 180-day turnaround. This is one of the complaints that would go over 180s. So recommending investigation is not something that we have to have authorization from you to do. It's something that we could do on our own. But I believe there was an issue with this complaint, and that or the recommendation from the chief counsel at this point for this complaint was to dismiss the matter. He's not here at the moment.
For what reason?
Just because it's not clear what is going on. I don't know if we'll necessarily have cooperation for an investigation, or we could send a letter of warning, but I don't think it's up to you.
But if we don't investigate, we don't know.
Call for the question.
We can go over.
Okay, we have a call for the question.
Mr. Chair, it's my understanding.
I wanted to let Mr. McCarthy give his recommendation, but I looked at the property records. The company owned all of the properties during the relevant period. I don't personally believe that there is any question as to ownership. My recommendation would be dismiss.
Because of the exemption?
Yes.
The corporation.
Well, I was thinking the owner exemption, but either way, I think that the person or the company, and they're really one and the same, they were selling properties that they owned. It was my review of it.
I withdraw my motion, and I make a new motion.
Okay.
Dismiss.
Second.
Ms. Hills, was that okay
Yes,
with you?
thank you.
Okay. Okay. So we have a motion to dismiss by Mr. McMullen and a second by Mr. Wood. Any discussion?
Yeah, so Kelsey, so the testimony of the complainant is that he bought a house, I guess, from a corporation. Is that what you think?
Yes,
Okay.
I really just looked at the properties and that in question. I went to the county website and looked at all of the most recent transfers, and I did confirm that the company, the respondent, owned all of those properties. I can't speak a whole lot about what else is in the complaint file, but I do know that they owned the properties.
The respondent or the corporation?
The respondent.
So
That's different.
Second, you said it was the corporation. I'm sorry.
This not being my matter, I didn't do a ton of research into it. I just wanted to add, with respect to the ownership question, I did look into that. They owned the properties.
But if it was owned by the respondent, then it would just be under, it would just not be
Under the owner
the
exception.
definition of broker. Yeah, owned A1A. Yeah, okay.
So what I have a question about is a complaint statement that one of the properties sold to me has been lost to foreclosure. Well, is that just BS, or did you confirm that happened?
From the investigative file and from the interviews of all the parties concerned, that the respondent was not diligent, was not responsive, and failed to even notice that a property they purchased, contingent upon extinguishment of a mortgage, had actually been foreclosed upon. So the respondent purchased a property with a mortgage on it. The mortgage was never extinguished, and the respondent didn't even notice that the house was foreclosed.
No mortgage
And the
insurance or
respondent
anything?
then sold it to the complainant.
A third party
How does that
foreclosed
happen?
upon the seller.
I was going to say, you have title insurance and you have a
That's-
closing.
No, he didn't
That's
really
right.
buy it. He just got the deed put in his name. He
That's
didn't
right.
buy
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
And yet he sells that property to our complainant. So our complainant bought something that was already foreclosed upon.
So the property in question was owned by the bank at the time.
That's why I'm
So
confused.
at the
It
exact
could
time,
be, it doesn't have to be a bank, it could be a
Yeah.
person.
That's why I'm confused about how Ms. Bridges can say that the corporation owned it. Well, Perhaps they bought it without a title search. I'd be
Well,
surprised.
the corporation may have bought it and then borrowed money and got a mortgage put on it, and then when the mortgage holder came to foreclose, the corporation turned around and sold it to the complainant.
Is that good ethical behavior?
Oh, then we're not talking about good ethical behavior at
No,
all.
we're talking about-
No. I'm just talking about what probably happened, or what might have happened.
Possibly.
Yeah. But you'd have to look. I mean, the complainant may have a cause of action against this individual or the corporation or whoever owned it. I don't know if they got a warranty deed. I mean, if they got a warranty deed, then those warranties would have been breached. I don't know if they had a contract and what the contract said about representations as to more liens and encumbrances on the property. So there are a lot of potential private causes of action there.
And we started with an additional investigation.
Well, but we would be investigating whether there was a violation of the Brokers Act. And since we've heard that this falls under one of the two exemptions that we've talked about, it doesn't look like there would be a violation of the Brokers Act.
But she first said it was a corporation, then she said it was personal.
Well, if it was personal, then it'd be exempt under 104A1A, and if it was a corporation, it'd be exempt under 104A1F.
You had a good closing attorney.
Well, now you're making an assumption there.
No, but if you had one, wouldn't they find this?
Sure.
And title insurance would take,
Sure.
both
Maybe-
of those things would take care of that.
If the complainant got title insurance in connection with this transaction, then they would have a good title insurance claim.
And the attorney,
Unless it-
the closing attorney, good or bad or indifferent.
And that wouldn't be before
Yeah,
us.
that shouldn't be before us.
That's
so,
right.
Yeah,
But
okay.
people
There
sell
you go.
property without a title search.
Right, I got you.
You can sell property without
you
title
can.
insurance.
I know.
Smart people
Not
don't,
smart,
but
I know,
especially in
but they
situations
do.
like this.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
There's a motion on the floor to dismiss.
I say dismissed, yeah.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. McMullen and a second by Ms. Wood to dismiss. Any further discussion?
My
All those
wife
in-
made that second, is what it was.
Huh?
My wife made that second.
Oh, I said, oh, sorry, Mr. Wood.
Yeah,
All right,
I'm
all-
Mr. Taylor today, so I'm good.
All those in favor?
We're
Aye.
bringing everybody
All
here.
those against? All right, so there's 6 yes and 1 no, correct? All right,
who voted no?
Diane.
Gotcha.
All right, number 16.
7, 8. Yeah.
2018-07-7601. With the facts together.
That'd be fun.
And case 17 is case number 2018-07-7831. The complaint from a licensee is that respondent is allegedly conducting real estate activity on an expired license by listing properties after respondent's license expired, and that's respondent's firm license expired in December of 2016. So that's over 2 years ago. Firm's license has expired. Respondent's principal broker's license expired on August 9th, 2018. Respondent's MLS listings show that respondent posted new listings for Tennessee properties for sale on September 26th. Respondent failed to timely submit a response in this matter, but did eventually submit a late response, which provided as follows. I've experienced tremendous medical issues in the last couple of years. Because of this, I was unaware that my firm license had expired and allowed my broker's license to expire in August without my knowledge. I have reapplied for my broker's license and am in the process of getting the paperwork prepared. There's no purposeful intent to practice without the proper license. Counsel is recommending a $1,000 civil penalty for conducting real estate activity without proper licensure. Civil penalty against the principal broker.
So move.
Is it in the pipeline? I mean, correct, they still do not have a license for the broker or for the firm, correct?
Let me just double check.
They can't get a principal broker's license after a year. They have to start over.
And so they can't be principal broker, they would start over as an affiliate.
Which means, I don't know, they'd have to get a broker in for the company,
Right.
whatever, wherever they might get one.
And another question is, are there any other agents at this company?
I saw you were going with that, sir. There's nobody else. It's
Just
just this
them.
one principal broker.
Okay.
All right, so they're really out of business already.
Yeah.
They have no license.
They're listing on MLS though, ma'am.
As
Continue
late
beyond
as
this time,
September.
beyond the September 26th, you think?
Have you noticed, are they on there now?
That's all we looked at, ma'am, but there was
Oh.
activity, and if someone
Mm-hmm.
if someone has a medical issue, okay, maybe they're several months late, but everyone knows that a license, each year is going to have to be renewed. This is more than 2 years. On it should have known that there's no possible way to have the broker's license.
As a principal broker, they should have known that.
Absolutely.
Okay, so Mr. McMullen made a motion.
Second.
Okay.
Would you remind me of the motion?
We don't have a
$1,000 civil
system
penalty for
that,
each of those.
that flags something when a firm license expires in September 2016.
It does flag it. It won't allow anybody to renew unless both are in good standing. And obviously,
So his renewal hadn't come yet. Yeah.
no. So the agent in question expired in August,
Okay, so he hadn't done anything.
and then
Okay.
the firm expired.
2016. It just
Yeah, that doesn't look
so
right.
it just seems like some little trigger should go up. But
Say that they were in retirement.
No, that was a different case.
No, they're expired.
it expired. So the broker had a license when a
Oh.
firm didn't for a while, a year and a half.
The firm looks like. Yeah, so right now, the way the system works is that it would not let them renew.
That's all. We just allow
until
them to
both.
continue to go on. Okay, I'm all right.
Well, we don't know if they're putting things in MLS. I mean, there's no way for anybody here to know that.
But we let his license stay active until it expired, when there wasn't a firm to attach it to.
All right, so
I'm okay.
we have a motion to accept council's recommendation. Any other discussion?
Would it be improper, let's say if we find this person, well, it doesn't matter if we found this person guilty. This person's obviously operating without a license. Would it be okay if the Real Estate Commission notified the state Realtors Association and let them know, and maybe also let their local association of realtors know and their MLS know? Because apparently they're not afraid of TREC. They're just kind of keep running on. But I bet if their MLS gets turned off, they will get a whole lot more incentivized to get their act together.
And usually the principal broker is the one that notifies the MLS, and if they are the principal broker,
Yeah, they're not telling
they're
on
not
themselves.
telling it.
Can we do that? Anna, is that a bad thing? Can we do that and reach out to tell other people?
To protect the public.
So right now we have a civil penalty, so we would be issuing that as a settlement offer.
Right.
And until that settlement is either accepted or rejected, we can't place that on the disciplinary action report
Sure.
or release the person's name. But once we have either of those, either they accept it or we file a notice of hearing and charges. So I think it would be at least 30 days out before we can disclose any
Fair enough.
information.
Okay.
And so when we have that hearing, we're going to know where they're from.
Yeah.
Or the alternative would be to do an emergency hearing because you found some imminent threat to the public, which I don't know if that exists here or
Right.
not.
So we have summary suspension. If it is affecting the health, welfare, and safety of the public, but this person doesn't have a license to suspend since they expired. So what you're wanting to do would be contacting something that's not connected with us. So we would have to go through our normal processes before that. But if someone were to submit a public records request and ask for it, we could give that information out. But until then, we can't say anything.
I need to ask another question. I thought we'd been through this. For instance, well, not for instance, this person's license has expired. Is there no notice we send to anybody, certainly the firm, but do we not send it to the local association or
They're
somebody
not all
else?
licensed. They're not all
Associations are
realtors.
not.
Well, and they're not all realtors, but do we not send it, if they're in the MLS, they're using somebody's MLS? So
Well, we wouldn't know whether they're in the MLS, and we wouldn't
They don't
even
have the
really
authority to
know.
do that.
Yeah,
We wouldn't really even know if they're a member of association or they're not a member of association.
how do we inform the person that their license is no longer
We
active?
inform them when their license is up for renewal.
As a courtesy.
Well, I'll
As a
say
courtesy.
that's not so, because I was not informed. And my
Was your license expired?
My license was going to expire in May the 20th, I think, and I have been given no notice. The only reason I knew it was going to expire is because a real estate school told me, sent me emails. I've gotten two from two real estate saying your license is up for renewal on whatever date it was. If you need any education, you need to get it. That's the only way I know.
let's look, because you should have a renewal notice on your file, and then I can see what address it went to.
But Fontaine, even if you don't, it's not Trek's responsibility to inform you of that.
I'm saying, yes, that's true. But I also will say it's true that at my company, they don't have your license hanging on the wall.
To not tell everything you know.
Well, but it's like the elevator thing. They go in and they say it's there, but it is, there are things that fall through the cracks. And here's a crack it fell through. Okay.
Okay. Is there any other discussion?
Let's vote.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So the motion is to accept council's recommendation of a $1,000 civil penalty on both 16 and 17. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? That motion carries unanimously. All right, and that completes our docket.
So, Ann, I have a question.
Yes.
In one of these hearings, you mentioned chief counsel.
Yes.
Who is that?
That man right there.
Okay, and then you said the chief counsel was afraid this was going to go past 180 days or something to that effect. So would you remind us what the relevance of 180 days is?
So that's the time frame that we are assigned to get complaints through the pipeline.
But surely the chief counsel wouldn't want us just to dismiss because we're getting close to 180
No,
days.
that's after reviewing the file and the information. He would never do that.
So the chief counsel wouldn't have a problem if we said, let's go investigate, even though it's going to take us past 180 days. Would you, chief counsel?
Well, yeah, the chief counsel can't speak for himself. He's here.
I was,
and so no,
I was talking to the lady who brought it up.
That's right. That's right. But no, I mean, obviously, the important thing is to get things right. Now we try. The metric is for us, not even for you all. For us, is to present it within 180 days. So we just want to get it right. But I think what I just need to remind everyone, though, is that investigation is not something that you all have. We don't have to come to you to say we'd like to authorize you. We'd like you to authorize us to go investigate more. We're supposed to do a lot of that stuff kind of on the front end. Now, if we present a case and you think we need to go get more, you can obviously tell us that and then defer your decision. You've done it before in the past. I'm sure you'll do it again. But it's just sometimes if you think we just need to go get more, we can go do that. But that's not really a resolved case for us to say, hey, this is what we've got, and we'd like you to authorize more, because we don't have to come to you to ask you to let us go get more. We try ideally, we try our best to have everything ready for y'all to consider. So.
Well, it's nice to hear directly from the chief counsel.
Anytime.
All right, thanks, Denard. We appreciate it. All right, Ms. Matlock, we've got a piece of unfinished business that has to do with Commissioner Diaz. Would you like to bring us up to date on that?
So we have an addendum. It's 3 additional complaints just to give some background information, these complaints were presented before the commission at the January meeting, and we decided, based on information from one of the parties, to have to have a commissioner look at the complaint as kind of like an expert review. So some of our other boards and commissions have expert reviews by commissioners that are sitting on the commission. And so we wanted to have someone outside of the legal team look at it to see if any violations of rules or statute had occurred. For this particular complaint, we were under time constraints. So we recommended that one of the commissioners look at the complaint and then present it themselves before you all today. That's happened before in the past. We've had a commissioner look at a complaint and then, like I said, as kind of an expert. So that's basically what occurred here.
You say that in the past, it's rare that we have a commissioner look at it, but it's typically at the direction of the full commission. And Ms. Matlock said they were under time constraints, came to me, said, would you mind getting a commissioner to take a look at this case? So I find that, typically we've got time for the commission to say that's a good idea. But legal assured me that I had the authority to do that. As a matter of fact, Ms. Maxwell assured me that she could probably have done it without me. So it's not necessarily that big a deal, but that's how it got on Jeff's desk.
What was the time constraint?
We needed to get the complaint presented at this meeting, and the time that it was sent to Commissioner Diaz was just after the meeting that you had prior to. So there's just after the March meeting. So if we had brought it to you at this meeting, it would have been delayed another 2 months, and we wanted to get it on the report. And Chairman Grease was correct. You do not have to vote on it. It's totally within your purview to do it without having commission authorization. We don't make a habit out of doing it, but in certain circumstances, we do need an expert review, and that's what you guys are expert.
Do we have any copies of it?
It should be on your legal report, on your iPads as the addendum.
But you said there was a time, we had to get it on the, why was that? Was that the 180-day rule?
No, these complaints were already closed. Based upon the information that we received that brought us back to the complaint, we believe that it was within our best interest to get this done done efficiently within by this meeting.
So today,
yes,
are we to hear Mr. Diaz's report? You got him through the report. How do we go through this?
Right. So Mr. Diaz, Commissioner Diaz, said reviewed. He can tell you what he did, but he has reviewed the file and has provided new information and new recommendation. So he's just going to, as if it was one of our attorneys, explain what he looked at and make his recommendation before the commission.
So the new recommendation is Mr. Diaz, not our attorneys?
Yes.
Okay, Jeff, first of all, thanks for doing it. Being the new guy on the block, you seem to be the easiest person.
That's right.
But tell us what you looked at, what you found.
Well, I looked at the original submissions from the complainant and the respondent, as well as additional information sent to us by the complainant regarding this transaction. And my determination is that there's no new information that would require this commission to change its initial finding. And the reason behind that for me is because it would require a standard of expertise for the licensees that is beyond a real estate license. To expect them to have this kind of knowledge or expertise based on the complaints is not something I would want applied to myself as a licensee or to other agents. While there may be causes of action within this transaction, I don't think those causes of action land within our authority to make a ruling.
Okay, back to you, Ms. Matlock. So
Yes.
that you're speaking to all three complaints.
All three complaints. yes,
Okay,
sir.
so we're going to vote on Mr. Diaz's recommendation, or do we need to?
We need to yes, we'll need to vote on it. It's just like as if it would be a represent. The information that is provided before you were the previous summaries of the complaints, the previous recommendation, and the previous decision.
So will you read the three case numbers into the record?
Sure, of course. 2018-04-8321, 2018-04-8341, and 2018-04-8361.
Mr. Diaz, who cannot vote, can he make a motion?
The motion will need to.
I can make a motion.
He cannot come make
Do
the
we,
motion.
do we need a motion since they've already been dismissed?
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, if there's no motion, wouldn't they just stay dismissed?
But for the record, do you need evidence that we heard this case and considered it, these cases?
Yes.
That's why I thought a motion might.
I'm very confused, though, because if we've already dismissed it and there's no new information and you're asking us to dismiss them the second time, why are we doing that, and what caused the time constraint?
Motion could be that we listened to Mr. Diaz's presentation and found no reason to change the decision.
Right,
That's my motion.
It's not going to change the status of the complaint. It's just that we brought it back to you as a presentation.
I think we'd
Had
like,
it changed, it would have been,
Yeah.
we would have needed a motion to
but
do
we'd
that.
like the record to reflect that it was reviewed.
Yes.
That we did listen to Mr. Diaz's report and found no reason to disagree with our previous decision.
That's my motion.
Second.
All right, further discussion. Jeff can't vote. We've got 5 votes in here, which is a quorum, majority. Let's vote. Those in favor of the motion vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. That motion passes unanimously. Thank you,
The
Jeff.
record is shown. I abstained. Yes.
Yes.
Yep.
And Commissioner Hills is absent.
Yep, please show that, Ms. All right, anything else from legal?
Nope.
All right, we've got to get back to an Arello report. Are you ready, or you want to take a break before we do it?
Can we take just
Let's take a
real
5-minute
quick break?
Franks, Ms. Hills, Ms. Maxwell, Mr. White, Ms. Matlock, whoever would like to speak to Arello is now free to do so. But I will start with Vice Chairman Franks, Vice Chairperson Franks. If you'll give us your report.
Okay.
Tell us what we need to know.
Our first meeting was the District 2 meeting. I'm one of the 5 directors in that district, and we went over all the different areas and the states that are in that district. There's about, I think, 12 or 14 of us, and just some highlights from that. North Carolina is going to start licensing schools. So that was very unusual. The biggest complaint, wherever you hear it, is unlicensed activity. Another thing is iBuyers and just internet companies that are coming in and how they do their type of business. Education is becoming a boom business. And Alabama is starting a broker supervision task force to come up with what are the minimum requirements that a principal broker should be performing. In the law and regulation class, Zillow was one of the speakers that was invited to talk. They got a lot of pushback for sure. We did hear that they're paying people $50 to open up doors for them now, and that they have opened up brick and mortar offices in, I can't remember, maybe 6 or 7 different states.
Paying that $50 to open a door, what are you talking
So
about?
they could call you and say, "Oh, I'll pay you $50 if you'll go open a," they ask realtors to do it, or licensees.
I see. Just
To go
physically
open
a
doors.
door.
Yeah.
I got you.
Yeah. And so the virtual brokerages, that was the big topic, and especially to their supervision. Some of them have as many as 930 agents to supervise. And they do that by having everything online, and really the principal brokers are just looking at, they have to download any contract or listing or anything like that. So that's the broker supervision. Then that broker could call the person and say, do something. Most times the principal brokers don't know their agents, and vice versa. But the big question is how many agents to supervise. So Arello is trying to be a little more proactive about getting ahead of some of these things, and so that's something that we need to discuss. And Texas is actually removing residency requirements. There's a big push about license portability. Arello has a task force. There's several states that would like for us to just all, me practicing New York or California or wherever I wanted to, because everything's online. Let's see. The other thing are the instant offers, where we have lots of commercials in Nashville area of just send us some information and we'll tell you what we'll buy your house for. And those instant offers are starting to cause some trouble. Under wholesaling was another topic, offering option contracts. We had one like that similar in here today. That Arello everyone seemed to think that was misleading. And when you don't own the property, it's not legal in any state for you to be able to market it without the seller's recommendation. Our CEO, Susan Gilpin, has been with Arello for 6 years, and she's retiring. And so I, along with about 10 other people, no, there's 9 of us, are on the CEO search committee. So if you know anybody that might be interested in a position like that, we're even looking at the person might not even have to be located in Chicago where the office is. It could be it'd be a virtual office too. So that should be interesting. Zillow said they have 190 million viewers per week. That's a lot of people are looking to Zillow.
Can I ask one other thing about that Zillow paying the $50? Are they paying that to the broker, the company, or to the company?
When you ask them questions like that, they don't have any time left to answer your questions.
Yeah, they did not.
Which means they're not. Which means that it could be handled by the broker saying you can't do that.
They do not have an office in Tennessee, though. So,
but
it's
it doesn't
coming.
seem all they need is
It's
like
coming.
a text message, right?
Another thing discussed was separate commercial licenses. There's a lot of people that would like to see separate commercial licenses because it is a totally different thing. And then there are some states that have property management licenses that are different too. In Mississippi, when we talk about teams, Mississippi has made several laws concerning teams, and one of their laws is the team leader must have a broker's license to be a team leader. Let's see. All right, so, and I'm co-chair of the program committee. Our next meeting is our annual meeting, and it is at Grand Hyatt in Denver, Colorado, and that is September 18th through the 21st. And I know this is probably going to fall at a time when our executive director is probably on maternity leave. So we're going to need to start, we need to really talk about that and who can go at our next meeting so that she can line it up for us. Anything to say about that?
It probably wouldn't be a bad idea to go ahead and be thinking about it and talk about it in May. just to be safe. But as far as writing the memo and getting that started, that's something that Aaron and I can start working on now, and then we'll just be able to plug in who's actually going to go.
But September 18th through the 21st, as co-chair of the program committee, we're the ones who select the sites and get the speakers. I will tell you that Marcia Waters, who's the executive director of the Colorado Real Estate Commission, is going to be speaking on the good, the bad, and the ugly of marijuana in Colorado. So when we had that class about marijuana, it just seems like it's no big deal anymore at these meetings, that it's, Tennessee is...
It's called they're all stinking high. That's why it is.
Yeah. So that's one of them. We'll have a session, a general session on award-winning ideas where they give communications and IT awards out. There'll be a session on education issues and security. There's been a problem with people, as you've seen in the news lately, of people getting in college without the right credentials. That's also happening in people taking real estate exams. So we're going to have something on that. We'll have case law updates. And Nobu Hada is the NAR Director of Digital Engagement. He's going to be speaking to us on technology innovation. But I'm really excited about this. Our keynote speaker is Dr. Lawrence Yoon, and he's the NAR chief economist, and he's going to be giving us a real estate economic forecast. If you've ever heard him, you know he's always right on. So you can take to what he says. Commissioner College 102 will be on Sunday, September 22nd. If anybody's wanting to start Commissioner College or complete, if they only have the 101. And then just looking ahead, in 2020, the mid-year is in Savannah, Georgia. The annual is in Montreal, which is a problem for us because the state doesn't allow us to go out of the country, except that Montreal is right on the border, and I'm thinking we could get a plane somewhere there and just drive across the border or something. And then 2021, mid-year is San Antonio, and annual is in Orlando, Florida. And I think that's all I have. Ms. Hills?
Ms. Hills.
It seems like everyone, where our act is the Fresh Start Act, it seems like everyone else had a occupational license bill or something like that that was interesting. I just thought it was us. And if I understood it correctly, Texas was the one that says if you're offering what you own, you can offer what you own out, but if you don't own it, they consider it equity theft. And I thought when he spoke to that, and they have about 195,000 members.
Well, what they're talking about that too is on all of these, like the TV commercials and stuff, and people, say it was my 88-year-old father who has dementia,
yes,
and they could get in touch with him and say, "I'll give you $60,000 for your house." Daddy might say, "Okay," and it's worth $300,000. So they're calling that equity theft.
Okay. Nebraska has a consumer handbook for buyers and sellers of a home. And they have little videos on topics on their website, and I thought Commissioner McMillan would certainly be wonderful for little tidbits like that.
I think Commissioner Taylor would be good for the video.
There you go. Right. And Utah, I thought it was interesting that Utah said that when they would be contacted and said, "We didn't receive any notice from you" or something, and their answer was, "Sorry, your email must not be, your current email must not be correct with us." And I thought, oh, okay. And of course, Teams was the issue with everyone, even with states that do have some regulations or addresses Teams. That was certainly a topic. That's all.
Caitlin, anything you want to add?
I attended the license portability task force, and that was a big topic, occupational licensing in general and making it easier across states. And it seemed like it was really just an initial first kind of meeting, but I think Arilla is looking to see what they can do to assist in that process as far as, they currently already compare state to state requirements, but there'll be more to come on what the task force is going to do. And then the only other thing, I also participated in the timeshare roundtable, and they have requested funds to create timeshare scam campaigns. So that's something that we will probably be able to use in the future once Arillo kind of creates different media campaigns. And then, yes, like Diane said, it seemed like each state was having a bill roll out, either like our Fresh Start Act bill. We've had some on low income, for low income applicants, and then for military applicants. So, but it seemed like every state was kind of in the same position that we are.
Anna?
Everybody stole what I was going to say, but
That's okay. You don't have to say it again.
I was just going to say we have a lot of law changes and legislative changes that are going through. Seems to be like across the country, going as far as criminal convictions go, with getting licenses and a lot of military spouse bills and those types of things. So it was nice to hear that lots of jurisdictions are experiencing the same pains and woes that we are going through.
Good.
So yeah, nothing else. No.
Ross, is this your first time?
This is my first time. I was first-time attendee,
What do you
Mr.
think?
Chairman, members of the commission, and my horizons were broadened. I really appreciate the opportunity that I had to get to go. I think that education is one of the most important things about our licensee, and for them to keep their license and keep their requirements up. So they had, among other things there, they had an app, and in-house app with Arillo. So I attended the District 2 meeting, attended the new member orientation meeting. I also attended the welcome breakfast the next morning. It was very nice. Exam accreditation committee meeting. That was interesting. License portability, I was there. Again, education certification committee meeting. Let's see what else here. The membership committee meeting. The keynote speaker his name is Kenny Parcell, and he had 10 topics that were just really, I thought, right on with life in general, but in keeping your license and keeping your life on track. He was awesome. And then I went to the governance committee meeting, went to the real estate best practices roundtable, and another networking reception. And then I also attended the Arillo Board of Directors meeting. But most of all, I got to meet folks throughout the United States and Canada that also do what I do. So the networking was next to wonderful. I don't think I've ever had that experience before. Been to other meetings and conferences throughout my legal career, throughout my time here with Commerce and Insurance, but this was the best. And I encourage everybody to go. I hope I get to go again. And the folks I met were very instrumental in all of that, and I really appreciate Marcia Franks as she sort of led our way, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Ross. Diane?
There was at least one state that did, can't remember, it's more than that did credit checks, remember?
Yes.
And that surprised me a lot.
Wyoming does.
Huh?
On agents?
For new applicants.
New applicants.
Yeah. And not only Wyoming, it was one of the eastern states. I can't, but anyway, that surprised me. And then Texas, I believe, was the one that had a sort of a box system that once the application was done online and things sent in, then instead of them calling TREC to find out where they are, did it get uploaded properly, where they are in the system, they had a little box system that you could look at and check.
It was similar to like a UPS or a FedEx
It was a tracking system. And they asked who they had purchased it from. They said that they had their provider, they wrote it. Yeah, to do it. So I thought that was good to save staff and things like that. I mean, it's a capital outlay, but in the end, it would be good. That's all.
So, are there written summaries of these meetings? Like, if if I wanted to focus on,
There's minutes of every meeting.
let's say
You want my notes?
there were topics about teams, let's say.
Mhm.
Could somebody get a transcript of the meeting, or how's that set up?
Well, there are minutes of every single meeting on the Arello website. Even when we have call-in conferences, conference calls, those minutes are available on the website. To just search by teams, I don't think you can do that.
Because there were like roundtable discussions and things like that. That was no action of business that would not probably.
But they
appear.
have something that should be sent to everybody, because we're all members, the Boundaries newsletter, and that is really something good to look at, if you're sitting in a doctor's office or something. There's a lot of really good information in there as to what's going on in the rest of the country.
Cure for insomnia.
I guess
Depends on what you're sitting at the doctor's office for.
if I wanted, I'd love to know 10 different states' position on teams.
Okay.
Is that in writing somewhere?
No, but I've got it probably in my notes that I could get it for you.
The ones that North Carolina, West
We talk
Virginia,
about teams
Arkansas,
in lots of
Georgia,
different
Iowa,
meetings.
Alabama.
Arello's got that, and I've got that.
Oh, do you? Okay.
Because they did something, a white paper on it about 2 years ago or 3 years ago, and gave it out. I can't remember which NAR convention, but they have a Arello meeting there, and I got it, and then I contacted them about 2 or 3 months ago, and I got the updated list. So I've got that, but I've sit here going, I would love to get a hold of Mississippi's and see what they've just did.
And Mississippi is a good partners of ours, and they have. I know at our last meeting, that man came up to me who's executive director, and was wanting to cooperate with Tennessee, as we have so many agents that are on the boundaries, and they want to respect our education laws, as do we theirs. So we do have a good partner in Mississippi. And honestly, y'all, this is the best part about going to Arello, is that we're learning people from, everywhere, that we can call up and say, hey, now, we need some information on this. Would you share it with? And honestly, it's such a good group. Everybody's so nice, and everybody gets along. There's not a lot of competition of any sort amongst the people. So it's a really, really good group. So
Okay, is there anybody here that has a friend at Mississippi that could send us that information?
Yeah.
I'm just curious.
Well, I frequently email with the attorney for Mississippi. So if you just send me an email, I can.
I will do it.
Relay
Okay.
that over.
Yeah.
You want to tell them about your other
Relay
friend?
that over to you.
Okay, thank you. I'll do that.
Tell them about what, Diane?
The other friend?
What other friend?
I don't have any friends. No.
All right. That's the end of that topic, I take it. Anything else, Caitlin, to come for us? Ross? Anna? Members of the commission?
Motion to go to recess, Mr.
Well,
Chairman.
we're recessed until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. See ya.
Motion to go to recess.
I'm talking about Hey Girl.